Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for day two of the One Health Conference 2026. I hand you over to our moderator for today's session, Dr. Leon. Doctor, over to you.
Hello, welcome to day two of the One Health Conference in Jamaica 2026. I should have probably turned on my participants so that I can see. Oh, I see 138 is the number at the bottom of the screen. And I just want to say thank you for being here. Before we start, we're going to start with the prayer, yes, but even before then, I just want to remind everybody that when it comes to CE credits, we don't need you to request any CE credits in the chat. Please don't request CE credits in the chat. Once you've made your payments, your CE credits will be delivered to you. So just want to remind you before you start, before anybody else starts, please don't. All right. And in the meantime, I want you to just sit back. If you haven't gotten your cup of juice or your cup of tea, or if whatever it is you need to enjoy today's conference, please grab that, get your snack, get ready. It's going to be a fantastic day. Let us begin with our One Health prayer.
Let us pray. O God, our Heavenly Father, nothing can be achieved without us acknowledging your presence. And every day that a patient and an animal is cured through our hands, it is because of your will. Enter into our hearts today, we pray, and help us to continue our respective medical practices in good faith and honesty. Lead us, Heavenly Father, through life's tempestuous seas, and teach us, dear God, to remember that whatever we do, we are serving you. Have mercy on each and every one of us as we ask you to hear this, our prayer. Amen.
Amen. So, thanks again to everybody who's here. I see the chat is already very active with a lot of people saying good afternoon. I'm looking at you. I'm not going to call everybody's name because so many names have already passed. I'm seeing Christina Cabrera. I'm seeing Norian Lawrence, and more names are popping up. Anissa Cruz, to everyone saying good afternoon. Good afternoon to all of you. And happy Sunday, exactly, Miss Mackenzie. So I just want to say welcome again to day two. I am Dr. Kathy Ann Leon. Well, I never born with the doctor. I'm just Kathy Ann Leon. I earned the doctor later on. I am a veterinarian and the president of the Jamaica Veterinary Medical Association. And I just want to say thank you again for the honor to the One Health Committee for asking me to host again this year and be a moderator. Thank you so much for that opportunity and the honor, because it is always a fantastic conference and I learned so much from the presenters as well as from the persons in the chat, because sometimes there are some excellent questions that come about that inspire the kind of answer that I would never have thought was going to come from that presenter. So thank you, everybody. Your input is so important to this conference. And on behalf of the Jamaica Veterinary Medical Association, I really want to thank you for being here, because we are so interested in One Health in Jamaica. Obviously One Health in the world, but One Health in Jamaica. And I don't know how many of you are from the Caribbean, but for those of you who are from overseas, one of the things that we struggle with in the Caribbean on a whole is this concept that animals are, especially pets, are not, if I put it in the Jamaican vernacular, dog fi live out a door. What that means is dogs live outside and they are not entitled to the same kind of attention or amenities that humans get. And I mean, we also have livestock animals, we have poultry, where we think about them more along the lines of food, and we as vets are concerned about food security with them, and so we do want to make sure that when it comes to One Health, in the Caribbean in particular, we want to kind of start not only by being able to treat animals, but also by trying to revolutionize a mindset in the Caribbean and maybe in some other places in the world that just says animals deserve wholesome veterinary care, wholesome health care. We need to have healthy animals. And we as vets we so understand how important it is that healthy animals can make for healthy humans and healthy environments, and that everything is connected. And that's why it's so important for us to continue to support and even help host this One Health conference. And I cannot talk about the champion, Dr. Paul Cadogan, when it comes to these conferences. And just the fact that he's our quote unquote Mr. One Health. I just want to say thank you again. It's just this is I think my last year as president, so you probably won't hear from me again in this capacity. But I just want to continue to say that we are always engaged and forever will be engaged in ensuring that animals are healthy, the environment is healthy, and that humans are healthy as a result, which is our dedication as veterinarians to One Health. So with that said, I just want to say thank you again for coming to the conference. Please don't get too tired of my voice. I'm going to try and change it up a little bit every now and again. If you have any issues, especially those who are not from here with my accent, and sometimes I may go down into the vernacular. If you have any issues, please type it in the chat. I'll be watching. I'm going to try and keep our presenters on time. I'm a time master, a task master. I'm a punctual person. So without further ado, we're going to get into these presentations. Actually, one more ado. I want to say again, and I'm probably going to say this a lot, please do not request CEs in the chat. It's not needed. Once you've paid for them, you'll get them. All right? So you don't need to request them in the chat. And just tell your friends if you see anybody. No request necessary. All right? With that said, done with that, let's start by introducing our speakers. And
Hold on, Kathy. Just want
Yes, sir.
Sam to play the sponsor video. It's less than a minute just to say thanks to our sponsors before we start.
Oh, yes, sure. You can. Okay, Mr. One Health. Sam, take it away.
Thank you for attending the JVMA CCFPJ One Health Conference Jamaica 2026. Many thanks to our sponsors who make it possible: the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining Veterinary Services Division, the National Health Fund, taking a healthy interest in you, Hypro of the Jamaica Broilers Group, Juicy Patties, serious Jamaican food, Baruch Distributors out of Bogwalk, Data Defense Consulting, datadefenseja.com, and Nutramix of the Caribbean Broilers Group. Thank you to all our sponsors.
That's right. That's right. Thank you to all our sponsors. So let's get started. So our first presentation today is a double header. We've got two presenters, one topic. All right, so let's start by introducing the speakers. Dr. Paul Cadogan, aka Mr. One Health, is a veterinarian working in private clinical practice in the parish of Clarendon in South Central Jamaica with over 35 years of experience covering multiple species. He's a local veterinary inspector for the Veterinary Services Division of the Ministry of Agriculture, Mining and Fisheries. He is chairman of the Board of Examiners, which is a subcommittee of the Jamaica Veterinary Board. He is an advocate for the practice of One Health and trained as a One Health leader in the One Health, One Caribbean, One Love project from 2014 to 2017. He has been the co-chair of the organizing committee for the annual JVMA CCFPJ One Health Conference since 2018 and is an adjunct lecturer in the Department of Community Health and Psychiatry in the UA Faculty of Medical Sciences, MONA, lecturing in One Health, and has assisted with UA MONA Medical Sciences research projects on a number of zoonotic parasitic diseases in Jamaica. He is a member of the Caribbean Sepsis and AMR Alliance, formed in February 2024, the first such alliance to involve veterinarians from its inception. He is also a member of the Caribbean Agri-Environmental Network for Disaster Risk Reduction and Mitigation, aka CANDO, and the Animal Welfare Advocacy Group. He is joined in presentation today by Dr. Aldith Buckland, co-chair of the Planetary Health Working Group at the Caribbean College of Family Physicians and One Health Conference Jamaica Planning Committee, and she has been a leading advocate for tobacco control, planetary health, and One Health. Her extensive work in family practice, combined with her certifications in various holistic therapies, demonstrates her holistic approach to patient care. Dr. Buckland's leadership in medical organizations and her advocacy efforts have led to significant health policy changes in Jamaica. Her effective communication and team building skills have made her a respected figure in both her local community and the broader medical community. She's a founding member of the Caribbean Sepsis and AMR Alliance and represents the Caribbean College of Family Physicians on the Caribbean Regional Hub of Planetary Health Alliance. She represented the Caribbean Hub at the Planetary Health Alliance meeting in Rotterdam in 2025 through its travel scholarship. The World Organization of Family Doctors selected and awarded her its prestigious award for excellence in healthcare, the Wonka 5-Star Doctor Award for the North America region 2024. Dr. Buckland said, "I have always valued the attributes of the 5-Star Doctor: excellence as a care provider, decision maker, communicator, community leader and manager, and team member. Through passion, training, talent, associations, action, and faith, working individually, in a team, or in teams, we can improve healthcare for our people, our families, our communities in Jamaica, in the Caribbean, in the North American region, and the other regions of the world." End quote. She has 2 grown-up daughters, a loving family, wonderful friends and colleagues, enjoys nature, walks, practices yoga, qigong, and meditation, listens to music, plays with her dogs, and serves the Almighty who makes everything possible. In everything, give thanks. So, please welcome Dr. Paul Cadogan, and followed by Dr. Aldith Buckland, as they do the topic called Climate Change, Melissa and the Ethics of Climate Action by Health Professionals.
Okay, here I am. Everybody seeing me and hearing me? Hope so. All right, let me share my screen.
We're seeing
First
you.
up, just to say, those in the audience who may have been expecting the presentation by Dr. Saibo, he's unable to join us at this time, and hopefully will join us later on for that xenotransplant presentation. So we switch things around so that myself and Dr. Buckland will go first, and then everybody else would follow. All right, so my presentation today is going to be on Hurricane Melissa. Was it man-made? We've been hearing a lot of people, some people talking about that and saying, did somebody do this deliberately because of what? Anyway, we're going to look at that. But I want to talk about the animal impacts and the response in particular. And then I'll, because I think not too many people realize that that's an important aspect. But one of the things that Dr. Leon didn't say is that I'm also in our little community, I'm the resident weatherman. I call myself a meteorological quack. I've been following the hurricanes and all that for years, so I kind of understand how it happens, how they happen, and what they do, and so I track them and stuff. So in this presentation, we're going to talk about the genesis of Melissa, how it formed and why it behaved the way it did, the impacts on our animal population specifically, the response for our animal population, and some of the ethical stuff, what we need to do as practitioners in the animal health sector, briefly at the end. All right, so let me get going. So hurricane season 2025, one that here in Jamaica we will never forget. And it wasn't really a massive season. It was only 13 named storms. And of those 13, you can see here on the diagram, only 3 of them reached Category 5 status. But they tended to do so pretty quickly after achieving tropical storm status, or Category 1 status at least, right? So it wasn't an extremely active season. Most of the hurricanes tended to stay out in the Atlantic, fortunately for us here in the Caribbean. And in October, we're thinking, okay, things are going to start winding down. Hopefully, we're going to get away. Not so fast, because the season saved the worst for last. And we're going to talk about the genesis of this monster, right? So, the disturbance of doom formed out here in the Atlantic, right here where you see the arrow, and started moving westwards. And the projections were that this disturbance would continue to move westwards because they tend to like to curve to the north. But guess what? This time, high pressure was out here in the Atlantic, and there was a frontal system here. And so that kept this disturbance from curving upwards. So it was going to keep on moving west. Conditions were not favorable for development out in the main development region, as I normally call it. So it was going to enter the Caribbean. But once it entered the Caribbean, it was going to encounter favorable conditions. So a storm was likely to form. And I remember saying that, well, everybody knows once a system develops in the Caribbean, somebody is going to get hit. And I remember saying that in my little updates that I give the groups. And I never really thought that it would be us. But so it is. The disturbance entered the Caribbean, and there was high pressure out in the Atlantic. There was high pressure out to the west. And, the storms can't move towards high pressure. So what it did, it kept the system moving west into really favorable conditions. Now you see here, 31 degrees Celsius for the sea surface temperatures around Jamaica. 31 degrees. And one of the things is it was not just on the surface, it was running deep. So water going a couple hundred feet down, maybe it was still 31 degrees. So if you have a storm system that sets up over that and it's churning up the water, it's not bringing up colder water, it's still bringing up the warm water. And that is what fuels the rapid intensification that we see. So the system was being blocked by high pressure out here, blocked by high pressure over here, and then coming into this area of really warm water where there was no wind shear there to the wind shear is the winds moving generally up in the high levels that blow off the cloud tops that prevent the systems from developing. There was nothing of that there. Nice, moist, very warm environment. And so it was the recipe for disaster, right? So when Melissa formed, again, because of those high pressure systems, can't go that way, had a problem deciding where she could go. So she was meandering all over the place. The projection models had her, the American model said she was going to go up between us and Haiti. Others had her coming to the west and going through Jamaica. And that's what she eventually did, kept edging further and further westwards and suddenly made the turn. And by then was a Cat 5. And of course, we know all that happened. So essentially, man-made? Ultimately, yes. But certainly not by deliberate formation, cloud seeding, and all them things which some people are talking about. No human is capable of creating or strengthening or steering a hurricane. That is purely nature. What it is, our greenhouse gas emissions and pollutants over all the years, causing the global warming, causing those record high sea surface temperatures during the hurricane season. And so when all the conditions are favorable, that water is just a feed for the rapid intensification. So some storms go from tropical storm to Category 5 status, sometimes in less than 24 hours, which is unprecedented. If you remember Gilbert was a tropical storm when it passed through the Eastern Caribbean. And it took days to cross to reach Jamaica. When it reached Jamaica, it was a Cat 3. It didn't become a Cat 5 until it passed Jamaica and was going towards Mexico. Days and days. Now it's happening in a day. And it is all because of climate change. We're literally reaping the whirlwind from climate change. So there you go. Hurricane Melissa ultimately happened because of our activities globally. All right. So now the impact on animals. The impacts, of course, there were many deaths. So there are many carcasses out there which posed a health risk, which we'll mention a little bit more later. Animals got displaced. Some were abandoned because people had to evacuate and couldn't take them with them. For wildlife, there was loss of habitat. I mean, the place was just shredded, right? So there was lack of food, lack of drinkable water because all the settled water often contaminated. So you get an increased incidence of infectious diseases, and that's across the board for us and the animals. The losses that we experienced, now these are staggering, and these were estimates from the Ministry of Agriculture. Poultry, the broilers for meat, 780,000 chickens estimated died. The layer poultry for our eggs, 458,000 estimated deaths. That's why eggs are so hard to get now again, right? And the losses you're looking at I just lost my screen here. Yeah. So for the losses, 8.8 billion, 2.9 billion. So you're looking at over $11 billion in losses. In poultry industry, hold on, no, I'm mixing up my slides there, sorry. Okay, $2 billion for the poultry. Cattle, 2,850. Goats and sheep, 3,560 animals. Pigs, 5,600 animals. You're looking at 1.2 million individual animal deaths from poultry right up to cattle, right? A total loss of 5.1 billion Jamaican dollars. I mean, the loss of life is staggering when you compare to us. These animals are just outside, just left to face this devastation. For our crops and fisheries, serious losses as well in terms of the vegetables, the bananas and plantains, the fruits, the tubers like potatoes and yam and stuff. Coffee got hit hard. And the fisheries as well, $2.74 billion in losses, usually because of infrastructure damage along our coast. Now, how are we going to recoup all this? It's going to take time for our agriculture to really recover from this situation, right? Other animals were impacted as well. The companion animals, we have no, concrete estimates of how many were killed. Horses and donkeys as well. Bees got hit hard too. The beekeepers, there was devastation, and the bees needed food support, and they couldn't find food. And when they can't find food, they get wicked, and they actually attack people. I saw a puppy that was attacked by a swarm of bees and stung up. Never seen anything like that before. And of course, we need the bees as pollinators for our trees and plants for recovery. And for the wildlife, displacement, loss of food sources. There were birds that they saw birds dropping dead. They couldn't find food. So it's a broad impact. And of course, the environment too is devastated. The vegetation is denuded, right? So then, of course, because of all this settled water, and we have the rainy situation, we had a leptospirosis outbreak. And as a prelude to that, some vets were noting an increase in suspected canine cases just before the numbers started to go up in humans out west. So we had a leptospirosis webinar put on by the Ministry of Health in collaboration with the JVMA. And out of that came an interview with Corey Robinson of the Gleaner, and we got this absolutely to die for headline for One Health. Embrace One Health. We know the government understands that One Health is important, but we need them to move a bit more quickly to put the proper structures in place. And this was an opportunity. Lepto is a disease that is a great conduit for One Health collaboration. People, animals, the environment, right? So also, we have to mention CANDO, the Caribbean Agri-Environmental Group for Disaster Risk Reduction and Management. Actually, it's now the 10th working group is now a part of CARIBET. It was formed kind of informally initially from as far back as 2014, but really came together with the eruption of Soufriere in St. Vincent and has been working ever since. This multidisciplinary group of partners in animal health, including various organizations, UE, and we have a strong collaborative group. And so we're able to circulate information quickly, provide expertise, and there's also emphasis now on the importance of mental health. So in CANDO now, I'm a member, and Dr. Sarah Wilkinson Eitel as well. The two of us, we got together, formed this Melissa response group. We brought in stakeholders from the animal health production and welfare communities, public, private, vets, GSPCA, livestock officers, wildlife, disaster experts, including someone who would be a direct contact at OPM. So we had a WhatsApp group. We were able to share information and develop needs lists to facilitate tackling the issues that emerged and implementing some of the necessary responses. So we even organized a webinar. CANDO organized a webinar with an international carcass disposal expert because we realized the carcass situation was so serious, right? So we were communicating with the Ministry of Agriculture, their response coordinator, because we had to get the animal needs on the national needs list. Initially, they were not there. It was just not there. And, we had to, there was stuff for crops, but nothing for livestock and companion animals. And of course, when it was put to the ministry, they agreed right away, and the stuff got on the list because the stuff would not be allowed in if it wasn't on the national needs list, right? And we also followed up with the government on the carcass disposal issue, and the expert, he has committed to work with the region to try and assist us as much as possible moving forward. So we continue to collaborate with the recovery process, right? Now we had to mobilize feed for the animals. The Jamaica Broilers and Caribbean Broilers companies, they had sufficient supplies, so they was getting out. But of course, it was difficult to access some areas because of the blocked roads and stuff. For wildlife, persons with bird feeders, I have a picture here showing bald pates and white wings on the ground feeding. They normally feed in trees, but they couldn't find any food, and they were flocking to these ground feeders that people would put out. Bees were impacted, as I mentioned, as well. So we had bee pollen and other supplies delivered to adversely affected beekeepers. Here's a picture of an apiary here with all the devastated vegetation and knocked down, bee houses, hives. So the destruction of habitat, of course, would have impacted the wildlife. So we had some injured animals. They were tended to go to the Hope Zoo, which, would try and rehabilitate them for release if possible. So support for animals and farmers, local stakeholders, spearheaded by GSPCA, the Vet Services Division, Ministry of Health, Veterinary Public Health, RADA, Nutrimix, Hypro, Hope Zoo, etc. They had a number of one-day free veterinary clinics in affected areas, and we're hoping to secure funding for these to continue into this year. Had support from international organizations such as IFAW, the International Fund for Animal Welfare, and Greater Good Charities, which were on the ground assisting. And here are some photos from some of those events. Right. One of the things that also came up again, but it was really brought starkly to the fore by the STAR, that there's an urgent need for the establishment of shelters that can accommodate people and their pets, because it facilitates evacuation from the dangerous areas, because some people refuse to leave their pets and end up in serious situations. During the hurricane, while communications were still happening, there was a guy who was posting on social media saying he's there with his animals, the water is rising, what can he do? We don't even know what happened to him. And then there was a STAR story of this lady, a homeless person who had her little dog, and tried to go into a shelter and was turned away from the shelter because she couldn't bring the dog in there and she refused to leave her dog. So she had to fend for herself on the street while the hurricane hit. Fortunately, this was in Kingston, I think. And so it wasn't as bad as it could have been. But we really need to tackle this thing, and it needs a mindset change in our people, and more value to be placed on that human-animal bond. So to close off now, what can animal health professionals do as part of the whole ethics of climate change response? So this is just a summary. We need to practice responsible resource use and waste management. We need to be judicious in the use of our medications and drugs because we're having increased infections and so forth secondary to climate change. So antimicrobial resistance is an increased threat. So we have to be careful, protect antibiotics, protect the other medications that we use. We can try to green up our facilities, plant trees, use less concrete, which more concrete and asphalt increase the heating in the area. So if you have more shade and less concrete, it can reduce cooling costs. Education of staff and clients. We as health professionals can talk to our clients about these things, and when they respect us as their doctors, whether it's veterinary or otherwise, that we can. And promote the adoption of greenhouse gas emission reduction strategies in livestock farming. There are things going on, can't get into that here, but around the world, it is happening. And we can look to some implementation, and also promote the selection of heat-resistant animals. Those that do the best under hot conditions, you breed those. At the government and policy level, promote and support food security. We need to bring farmers into the circular economy. We need to keep losing my presentation. Provide training and technical support, prepare for disasters and mitigate their occurrence to ensure the continuity of livelihoods. Okay, so with that, I am at the end. We move on to Dr. Buckland next. I see Dr. Leon has her
My raised hand is your time check.
that was my time check. I knew, and I saw the 3-minute warning, but I was
Okay.
right on time, right? So we move into Dr. Buckland's presentation. I guess we can have a Q&A discussion after hers. So Aldith.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. It is really a pleasure to share the platform with Dr. Paul Kodogan. The topic is Climate Change, Melissa, and the Ethics of Climate Action by Health Professionals. Okay. All right. Guess what, guys? We all face an existential threat, warning to man by the planet. Melissa is a huge warning to all of us. Big one. Because the way we know life before Melissa is quite different to how we know life now. And you can ask those definitely who live in the West. And we had a bit of impact in the eastern side of the country, but not like what they did. But it is an existential threat. And the planet is warning us. So man has been really creating issues for the planet. The natural environment makes development on our planet possible. However, waste, misuse, and carelessness toward natural resources by man have impacted people's quality of life and generated a multitude of environmental problems. Escalation of human pressure on the global environment via political, economic, and social activities have caused environmental changes and ecosystem impairment. The consequential health effects include flooding, heat waves, the non-communicable diseases, mosquito-borne diseases, and pandemics. Indeed, planetary boundaries within which humanity can continue to thrive for generations to come have been threatened by human activity and have been exceeded These are climate change, rate of biodiversity loss, rate of change of land use, and biogeochemical loading. That means chemicals into the ground. Now, our natural systems provide services, and this is really an asset to man. The ecosystem services are provisioning services, regulating services, and cultural services, and supporting services or habitat services. So the provisioning services are, we get food, fresh water, wood and fiber, fuel, medicines, and new chemical compounds. The natural systems regulate climate, they regulate flood, regulate disease, they regulate water, they provide pollination services, which they regulate. They also are into erosion prevention and air quality regulation. And the cultural services are aesthetic. It is so lovely and peaceful in the forest, really beautiful cultural services, recreational services, and spiritual services. And the supporting services are habitat maintenance, genetic diversity, soil formation, and photosynthesis or primary productivity. And although it provides all of these things, man takes them for granted. What man has done is escalate human pressure on the global environment. So we have issues with climate change, stratospheric ozone depletion, forest clearance, and land cover, which have had direct health effects, causing the floods, the heat waves, water shortage, landslides, exposure to UV radiation, exposure to pollutants. We've had land degradation and desertification, wetlands loss and damage, biodiversity loss, freshwater depletion and contamination, which have led to ecosystem-mediated effects of altered infectious disease risk, reduced food yields, so we get undernutrition and stunting, depletion of natural medicines and mental health effects, which affect personal and community health. And we also have effects of aesthetic or cultural impoverishment. Then we have the urbanization and its effects and damage to coastal reefs and ecosystems. And these have indirect, deferred, or displaced health effects because they have diverse health consequences of livelihood loss, population displacement, slum, conflict, inappropriate adaptation and mitigation, and the non-communicable diseases. Remember those times when we see dead fish in the river? This is because of damage to the ecosystems and no one is held responsible. Next slide. So there is a call to action. Urgent and transformative actions are needed by all to reduce our impact on these boundaries so as to protect present and future generations, especially for us who live in small island states. We have been trained in human health and animal health. How adequately trained are we in planetary health, One Health? Protecting the planet protects us. There is urgency to protect the planet. How can we help? Next slide, Sam. So we can do continued medical education on planetary health and One Health, like what we're doing now. We have a plan to restore biodiversity, having topics for awareness and action. And the topics can be land, how we protect wild areas, on farming, make better for nature. Topics on cities, how to make the space for nature. Oceans, protecting marine habitats. On water, we can speak about safeguarding rivers and lakes for wildlife. Climate, how we reduce our impacts on climate change. Food, can we have a plant-based diet? And reduce waste. And One Health, collaborate and manage whole environments to aid health. So that is one. And we can write prescriptions for planetary health behavior and change. Now this can be done through shared storytelling and in social media. You know, when people come to you, either as people or people with their pets, we can engage in storytelling, right? Everybody loves a story. So the following talking points bring awareness to planetary health lifestyle changes that we can practice with patients. Urgent and transformative actions are needed now to protect present and future generations. We need a systems change. We can't do things the same old, otherwise we're going to get the same old, which is destruction. If we want something better, we have to do a systems change. Whether it's how we'll actually, there needs to be an identity shift. Sometimes we just think about ourselves as us, not realizing that we are part of the universe. We are part of the earth. This earth is our home. Would you want to have garbage littering your home, just like how garbage litters the gullies? You know, it is how we treat our earth, how we treat ourselves, how we treat our neighbor, how we treat our pets, how we treat another animal, how we treat the plants, how we treat the soil, how we treat the air. There has to be a systems change. I know it has to start from us. I know it has to be in the community. It has to be on a country level. It also has to be on a global level. A lot of recklessness is happening. However, as we are aware, we can do different. Next person. Next one, please. Saying next person as I'm bringing in the next patient. This is a template prescription. We can reconnect the person with community, with nature, and with green spaces. We can talk about transport, active transport, public transport, and reduce flying. We can talk about food, eating plants, local consumption, and how we reduce waste. We can talk about energy. Do we have clean energy? Can we reduce use? Can we redesign our systems? This is what you call greening your practice. Consumption, can you fix what you have? Can you buy less? Can you buy ethical? Can you recycle? Can we look at equity and justice, where we look at racial, gender, and social issues? So we really do need an identity shift. Systems change to get a healthier planet and a healthier you and me. You know, and this also comes down to how we deal with our children. You know, if we have our children and ourselves on gadgets and we're always exploring the internet in such a way that using a lot of AI, you know, that is actually consuming a lot of energy. Nothing is wrong with AI, you know. AI is a tool. However, what is also important is to recognize that the natural environment needs to be brought into the children's awareness. They need to connect, they need to feel it, they need to explore it so that they feel that it is part of them. So let us look at disaster preparedness and emergency management. We will follow the policy and guidance for people, pets, livestock. Note, emergency shelters right now do not take in pets. I hope with advocacy this may change. Training in shelter management we can get by through the Red Cross. This is in Jamaica. And Red Cross is in every country, I think. We can practice sepsis prevention and management. And the resource for this is you can go to the Caribbean Sepsis and AMR Alliance, where they have done infection prevention and control, antimicrobial resistance stewardship, early sepsis recognition in the community, and early sepsis management by the family doctor. I hope you can recognize when somebody is sick. Their temperature is not normal. They may have signs of an infection. They may have mental decline, and they look extremely different, extremely ill, you know. So when you see certain things, even at the community level, we need to wonder, could this be sepsis? Now bring this to your attention because we're going to work through this together. All of us have encountered report forms, and we have also done certificate of deaths. And the certificate of deaths always have dam, dam, dam as a consequence of bam, bam, bam as a consequence of. Now, I want to tell you that climate change needs to start hitting these report forms. It may not be hitting the report forms. So I think it needs to start hitting the report forms. So let us start at 11 o'clock. So somebody comes and they've had an injury, a fatality, or they've had mental health impacts, okay? That's the diagnosis. And you treated them, somehow they died. And then when your history is supposed to have picked up that there was severe weather. And then, so we have injury, fatality, mental health impacts as a consequence of severe weather, as a consequence of climate change. You see that inner circle that talk about rising temperatures, more extreme weather. This is rising sea levels and increasing carbon dioxide levels. That is climate change. Climate change isn't one thing, it's a composite of different things, right? So that is one. Let's go to between 12 and 1 o'clock. 12 and 1 o'clock. Sam, may I have that my chart, please? Thank you. So a person comes with asthma or cardiovascular disease, and you treat them and they die. So you look at the whole thing. Did you take One Health history? Was there air pollution? Did you link it to more extreme weather, which is climate change? So it comes as person had asthma, died of cardiovascular disease as a consequence of air pollution, as a consequence of climate change. All right. Mosquito time or vector time. Malaria, dengue, encephalitis, hantavirus, Rift Valley fever, Lyme disease, chikungunya, West Nile virus, whatever it may be, including leptospirosis. Right? The person comes to you, you treat them, but somehow they demise. Changes, and you put that in, and it's as a consequence of changes in vector ecology, as a consequence of climate change. All right, let's go between 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock. Person, you're treating the person, respiratory allergies and asthma. Bam, bam, bam. Something happened, the person died. So that is the thing, and it's as a consequence of increasing allergens, as a consequence of climate change. You see how it comes into your report? All right, we're having some waterborne something here now. Cholera, cryptosporidosis, Campylobacter, leptospirosis, harmful algal blooms, and whatever it is, the person died. But you're only going to pick this up if you take a One Health history, you know. So you have to ask about animals and environment and plants. So, and maybe where the person worked and all different kind of stuff and what was happening around the person. So this as a consequence of water quality impacts, as a consequence of climate change. Okay, malnutrition, diarrheal disease, and the person died. Okay, so this is a consequence of water and food supply impacts as a consequence of climate change. Forced migration, civil conflict, mental health impacts. And whatever happened, the person died. And it's as a consequence of environmental degradation, as a consequence of climate change. And this one that we feel, heat-related illness and death, cardiovascular failure, and the person moves on from this planet, and the person died, and you write this as a consequence of extreme heat, as a consequence of, did you remember to write climate change? If you did, congratulations. All right, so you got the message for this. Please include climate change, if it is truly that, onto your report forms or into your documentation notes. Next slide, please. So ethics of climate action. Fortunately, last week there was a seminar held by the Bioethics Society in the Caribbean. So I had just taken a few notes, and I'm going to share these with you. So they said that you got to have a climate consciousness for a sustainable future. And the perspectives were that the low, middle, and income countries did not create the problem. The high-income countries, their corporations and leaders contributed to most of the problem. And therefore, these HICs are better positioned to mitigate global emissions and advance adaptation and resilience in HIC and in the LMIC, high-income countries and the low, middle, and income countries. Therefore, justice calls for the HIC to meet their responsibility. Who agrees with that? Well, anybody who live in the SID states are going to say yes. Next. Next slide, please. So there was this 3-day bioethics workshop that was held with 30 Caribbean professionals, and they came up with a collective vision to develop climate resilience across multiple sectors and communities. So although they believed in their heart of hearts that the HICs are indeed responsible for what, they were not going to sit on their laurels and wait for manna to drop from the HIC's sky. They're going to take their own action, right? They had agency. So what they had a collective vision, and it says they require community participation and investment in human, political, and environmental capital to enhance capacity. They brainstormed opportunities to act. So they thought they could advocate in communities, in places of employment and professional bodies, and they could integrate climate resilience into healthcare, teaching, research, and policy. And they said that the LMIC emissions have little global impact and so should not be asked to reduce the same percentage of emissions as HICs. LMIC's best interest is to build climate resilience internally, and therefore they're going to approach the government and also the society. The government was to advance and protect health and also to invest in human capital locally, prioritizing education and not built environments. They also thought community knowledge and participation should guide responses, and that resilience building can be synergistic with decarbonization. This shared vision was that the LMICs can build their own climate resilience, noting, and they were so proud of Jamaica that Jamaica had its own catastrophe fund, and that we can be creative and innovative to get our own solutions. Next. I think that's it. So it has been a pleasure to present on climate change and how we can assist our patients to navigate and how we can tell stories around climate change and climate action and how we can green our practices, and we discuss with patients how they can also change their ways. You know, it has to be an identity shift, because we got to remember, once we can identify that we are part of a system and that we play a very important role to make this happen, we can make it happen. We have the bioethicists also lobbying on their front, just as we shall. So together, remember, it is One Health. We are holding hands with our veterinarian friends and with our environmentalists and the plant people, because together we can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Buckland. Thank you, Dr. Buckland and Dr. Cadogan. We are now going to open up the floor for a 5-minute question and answer section. So I am asking for questions to be typed in the Q&A section. Let me see if I see anything there. There are no questions there yet.
I have one question.
Sure.
What you
For Dr. Cadogan.
Yes, what do you guys think about the ethics of care for the vets and ethics of care for the medical team, the human team, and for the animal team, and for the environmental team, and for the earth team? Because when we face challenges, we need to know actually how to de-stress. And we have discussed this in previous seminars, but we need to know that we got to put on our own oxygen mask first. Take care of you. Shield, remember to use your shield. Sleep, hydrate, find your help for stress. Know how you integrate and with yourself and with your Almighty. You never leave out the Almighty, and how you communicate with other persons. Remember, you got to exercise is important. Take your pets out for exercising too. Water your plants. Remember, new learning is important. And look at your diet. The Caribbean diet, according to Prof. Morrison, is a good one. Just put in more vegetables and reduce the frying and reduce your starch. But remember to use your shield. All of us matter.
Agreed. Agreed.
Yes, so do I. Oh,
Right.
Dr. Lee, I see we are.
Twinning. I think we twin
Yes.
almost every year, every year. I'll
Yes.
be honest. I was looking for my black shirt and I said, no, Dr. Cadogan wore his black shirt last year. So I put on my blue shirt. And you just come put on your blue shirt too. But
Oh, yeah.
I'm seeing a question in the
Great
chat.
minds think alike, or is it fool seldom differ?
Hi. I'm only a great mind. Right, Dr. Buck?
You better. I
But
mean, I have got you.
I do see one question in the chat. Before I move to that, I do want to say, Dr. Buckland, thank you for that timely reminder to all of us. And I think it goes beyond the the medical care team, whether it's vets or doctors, even now, especially considering your presentation in the aftermath of Melissa, I can speak to just the regular person on the street who has a relative out in the West. And I know for me in particular, I had family out there, and I spent maybe the first month after Melissa driving back and forth from Westmoreland, driving back and forth from Hanover, driving back and forth from Trelawney for work, but also driving back and forth from Trelawney for my family. And it was exhausting. Just, I don't know, those of you who were in the quote unquote survivor states of Kingston would have seen the amount of vehicles parked trying to get into Price Mart on a weekend, the traffic that would have been was being built up around the toll roads and the toll booths, and how hard it was, and taking up too much time, but how hard it was just to get to those places, to the point where the police and the government had to send out a notice to say, look here, please don't come to the West if you don't need to come to the West, because you're causing traffic congestions in the places when we're trying to get aid to the people. But we need to take care of ourselves, but even though we're trying to help, we need to take care of ourselves, because we'll burn out just trying to help people. Okay, rant over. There are 2 questions now in the Q&A, and I'm seeing 1 minute left on my time. I'm going to give us, I took a minute, so I'm going to give more minutes. Can Dr. Cadogan, from Marcus Nash, can Dr. Cadogan speak more on the bees attacking the puppy, because bees I know are herbivorous?
Yeah, they are, but they also sting to defend themselves. And if they are hungry, they can't find food, and they are stressed, they just lash out, maybe just like we do, when we're pressured and stressed, you may
I
lash out.
think
So that's what it is. Same way that when they attack people.
I think Bob Marley says a hungry man is an angry
It's
man.
an angry man.
And we do
Mhm,
have something called hungry. I'm hungry,
mhm.
right? Dr.
Yeah.
Buckland,
So
when we're hungry, we're not being good to ourselves, right?
You're right. Hungry, angry, lonely, or tired.
Mm-hmm.
Halt it.
Just watch a baby. Just watch a baby. When do the babies cry? When they're tired, when they're dirty, when they're hungry. We are babies in big people bodies. All right. From Amparo Campbell, what pressure can be brought to bear on the emission from motor vehicles and the impact they have, I believe, on climate change and its impact on the environment? What pressure can be brought to bear on the emission from motor vehicles and the impact they have on climate change and its impact on the environment?
I think the government is people need to take personal responsibility, but what pressure can be brought to bear? So there'd have to be a policy. The government will have to have a policy on that. All right. However, the fact is that we do have a lot of gas engines in this country, and so it is that people can carpool. They can carpool. They can choose to drive in non-peak hours. They can, while idling, turn off the engine. A lot of that happens. And if the person has any other suggestions, they can offer them.
Well, if I may, I'm not sure that we have any experts that can answer this question thoroughly, but I think generally the world has moved towards,
Electric.
you know, trying to
Alternate
get
energies.
alternate energies. And although you know, the recent actions of a very popular and Orange World leader has made it clear that oil is still something that they value very much, despite what they're saying about moving away from oil and natural gas towards sustainable energy. We're still trying to capture all the oil in the world. So, you know, to me, it's a double message, because I don't know that we'll ever really give up on the natural gas because it's old money. But yes, definitely more carpooling, more electric vehicles. And I do believe Jamaican government did have a policy out a couple, maybe last year, you know, some duty-free or a reduction in duty costs for the importation of electric vehicles. So I think the world is trying to move towards electric vehicles, and many companies, I can't get over how many electric pickups there are on the road now. If you're going to the point where it's, it's not even just cars anymore, it's big vehicles. BYD is a big deal. Look at all the electric vehicles in Jamaica right now. So maybe it's something to look at One Health Committee about, bringing into talks for the next conference. Who knows? I see one more question from Mr. Nash, and I see another question from Dr. Notice. And then there's a statement being made by Koenig in the chat. So let me see the question here. I think we're pretty much out of time, but I'm going to go quickly. Another question for Dr. Cadogan. Can we have a trade-off between less concrete in construction but more concrete in building homes, as Melissa made evident? Oh, I'm not sure if Dr. Cadogan is the expert to answer that question either. I mean, Dr. Cadogan, would you like to try?
Well, my thoughts are, when we're talking about the thing is, in housing, when you have a slab roof, your house is very, very hot. So the concrete on the roof, it's a difficult thing. Can we have a slab roof and then something else on top to shield the heat? Who knows? But that's something for the engineers to come up with. But yeah, we are in a quandary.
All right.
Building codes, though. Building codes, where you build, how you build, and who's monitoring the build.
But again, that's outside of our expertise.
Cat 5,
right,
which we're going to be experiencing.
And earthquakes. So these are the things. I mean, again, another topic that could be a possible discussion with regard to environmental health and things that we can do. Dr. Rory notices question. I believe we're going to try and answer this one in the chat. I will say it in the group. Are there any shelters specific to animals outside clinic settings or JSPCA? Is this something we should explore with government support? Excellent question, Dr. Notice. And I think we're asking Dr. Cadogan to answer that in the chat. With that, I'm going to just read what Susan Koenig, honorary member of this panelist team, typed in the chat. She said, research by Oxfam, the world's richest 1% used up their fair share of carbon emissions in just 10 days into 2026. An analysis has found that the richest 0.1% took just 3 days to exhaust their annual carbon budget. So things looking sticky according to what Dr. Koenig is saying. With that, thank you for those concerns, and this has been an excellent topic. I think that we do want to talk a little bit more about how we can make differences in environmental and planetary health and climate change. So, but until then, we're going to move on to, and I see that private jet comment. Until then, I move on to the next topic, which is going to be presented by Dr. Cheryl London. So I want to just read the bio for Dr. London. Dr.
Doc, I think
Cheryl.
we're going to do the sponsors
Oh,
first.
yes, I totally forgot, Sam.
Yeah,
You're right.
no problem.
I'm excited. I'm excited, Sam.
I got you. I got you.
Sponsor presentation. Sorry, Dr. London.
Hold on. Dr. London was asking because she had to get finished because she has somewhere to go. So I was wondering if you could have her presentation and then do the sponsor presentations after.
Sam? I'm good with that.
I'm good with that too. Absolutely.
All right, Dr.
Okay,
London, we've got
let's
you.
have Dr. London. All
So,
right.
Dr. London, how much of this I must read then?
You don't have to read much.
All right, so let me see. She is the Ann Engen and Dusty Professor of Comparative Oncology and Associate Dean for Research at Cummings School of Veterinary Medicine. She joined Tufts in 2016 and is Director of Clinical Research Shared Resource, which oversees studies in client-owned animals at Cummings School. She oversees the research collaboration team at the Tufts Clinical Translational Science Institute, working to catalyze broadly engaged team science. She is a research professor at the School of Medicine and is a member of the Immunology Graduate Program at the Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences. And there's lots of collaborations listed here with lots of different schools. Immuno-oncology, I'm seeing osteosarcoma, diffuse large cell. I'm obviously condensing large cell B cell lymphoma and soft tissue sarcoma that involves spontaneous cancer in dogs, to study novel strategies aimed at altering the tumor microenvironment and utilizing unique small molecule and immunotherapy combinations. So she's got some massive and impressive, statistics. And I just want to welcome, because I'm shortening her biography for her sake, Dr. Cheryl A. London, who is going to be talking about canine and human lymphoma. How are dogs helping humans? Please make her welcome. Can you put some applause in the chat or some reactions for Dr. London, please? Go ahead, Dr. London, your time. Yes, there's the love coming for you.
You guys hear me? Yes.
We can hear you well.
Okay, great. So I'm going to switch gears entirely and talk a bit about some of the work we've been doing across dogs and people, where we're trying to leverage cancer in dogs to help advance the cancer treatment of humans. So in dogs, lymphoma is a very, very common disease. And when we look at the comparison between canine lymphomas and human lymphomas, we can see that we have a lot of what we call B-cell lymphomas in dogs as well as in people. Dogs have more of one of the more aggressive tumors called diffuse large B-cell lymphoma than people do. They also have a lot more T-cell lymphoma in red here than people do. T-cell lymphomas represent a very small percentage of human lymphomas overall, whereas in dogs, we see about 25% of the lymphomas are T-cell lymphomas. So there are opportunities for us to really begin to understand the disease across both species and then potentially to leverage dogs to help improve human outcomes with lymphoma. And this is known as comparative and translational oncology, with the goal of really connecting the diseases across species and working together to ensure that we can find the best therapies. So in humans, the standard treatment for diffuse large B-cell lymphoma has evolved over the past 20 to 30 years. to involve a combination of an antibody called anti-CD20, also known as rituximab, with a standard core of chemotherapy treatments called CHOP. And this is now the standard of care. So it's a combination of an immune agent, which is an antibody, with chemotherapy, and it's called R-CHOP. And it has markedly improved patient outcomes. So it used to be that only about 40% of people were long-term survivors when they were diagnosed with diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. But with the addition of the immunotherapy antibody to the chemotherapy protocol, they've now have about a 70% long-term survivorship. And so that really has cured many, many more people, but there's still 30% of them that die of disease. Toxicities from the addition of this antibody were limited, but you can get infusion reactions and sometimes infections because this antibody works to help deplete B cells that are malignant as well as B cells that are normal. So you go through this depletion of normal B cells as well as your malignant B cells. One of the problems associated with R-CHOP in the long-term survivors is the sort of these morbidities or side effects that occur either during treatment or late after treatment and really impair quality of life. It's been known for a while that people that go through intensive chemotherapy will have some impaired cognitive function post-treatment. They call it chemo brain. And that's because it does affect your ability to think. Sometimes you get this sort of chemo cloud in your brain. And many patients will eventually recover from this, but there's a proportion of patients that have issues with short-term memory after they've received intensive chemotherapy. Several of the drugs that are used in the CHOP protocol can cause neuropathies, and that's like tingling in your fingers, loss of sensation. Again, in most patients it goes away, but for a proportion of patients, it's something that they live with for the rest of their lives. One of the other big challenges associated with CHOP chemotherapy relates to the heart. One of the drugs that's used in the treatment, called doxorubicin, has cardiotoxicity, and it's been known for a long time. And so patients that survive and are cured of their lymphoma are at risk for developing heart failure over time. And initially, they used to think that it was a very small percentage of patients that went on to develop heart failure. But that when you actually monitor those patients longitudinally and really follow them, you see that about 12% of patients develop heart disease or cardiomyopathy over time. And this can actually occur 10, 15, 20 years after they've been treated and essentially cured of disease. So that's another major issue associated with dose-intensive chemotherapy. However, one of the larger challenges relates to treating older patients, elderly patients, or frail patients that may have other conditions that make them less able to tolerate the standard CHOP chemotherapy. And so one of the challenges has been that when you treat these patients, you often have to reduce the dose of these drugs. And when you look at CHOP, they're getting all these chemotherapy agents at the same time. And so when you're dealing with frail or elderly patients, over 50% of them will relapse within the first year because you've had to reduce the dose intensity. And when you look at patients that are over 80 years of age, over 80% of them relapse within the first year. So this protocol, while it works well for younger patients, tends not to work as well for frail and elderly patients. So we wanted to ask the question, which was, could we use dog diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, so in the pet dogs, to identify a regimen that would be less toxic and would give you equivalent, if not better, results? And so our goal was to combine low-dose chemotherapy, so not dose intense, with an anti-CD20 like rituximab, and then add in different targeted small molecule inhibitor to that regimen to try to stimulate the immune system and really reduce the toxicity, but have a better outcome. So this was a study that was funded by the National Cancer Institute, with the goal of using dogs with diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, and these are pet dogs, to screen these regimens and identify regimens that looked promising, so these could then be translated into people who were frail and elderly. And along the way, we were going to use a bunch of samples that we collected to analyze a bunch of biomarkers and then try to match patients with the appropriate therapy. We chose 3 different drugs that are small molecule inhibitors that work to stimulate the immune system in different ways. RV101, which is a PI3 kinase delta inhibitor, KPT9274, which is inhibits something called NAMPT and also PAC4, and then TAC981, which is a sumo activating enzyme inhibitor. And so just to sort of briefly take you through the protocol and how these drugs work, we had to first identify an antibody that could be used in dogs that would mimic the anti-CD20 rituximab that's used in people. And Elanco, which used to be part of Eli Lilly, had actually made an antibody that targeted anti-CD20 back in 2015 and shown that in normal dogs, when you give this antibody, you will deplete the normal B cells in the circulation and then they eventually come back. So this antibody is a chimeric antibody. It has most of the canine antibody and then the tips of the antibody, also known as CDR3 region, are from the mouse. And so this chimeric antibody was really well tolerated in the healthy dogs and was shown to be active. And so Elanco was generous enough to give us their antibody for use in our clinical trials. And then this is what the trial treatment groups look like. And we've done this quite a bit in our clinical trial world with pet dogs, where we use small cohorts to really probe the activity of unique treatment strategies and drug combinations to look for signals of activity. So we had dogs with diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. They all got the anti-CD20 antibody. They all got only doxorubicin as their chemotherapy associated with the protocol. And I should say this was low-dose doxorubicin, so we were not using the maximum tolerated dose, about 25% dose reduction, so that we would avoid toxicities, and really trying to mimic the treatment of frail and elderly patients. And they would get this every 3 weeks for 4 cycles. And then they got one of 3 different small molecule inhibitors. The KPT9274, which targets primarily PAC4, which is a kinase, and it works by reducing the expression of something called PD-1, which is what's called an immune checkpoint and is known to block immune responses. So this drug works to drop PD-1 and make the immune system more likely to get activated. TAC981 is this stimulation modulator that works to increase type 1 interferons. So by increasing type 1 interferons, you could promote a more robust immune response. And that's how that drug worked. And then the last drug was called RV101. It inhibits a protein or kinase called PI3 kinase delta. And when you inhibit that kinase, you reduce a population of cells called regulatory T cells that suppress the immune response. So 2 of these drugs were working to essentially block negative regulators of the immune response. And one of these was working to enhance interferon and basically enhance the immune response. So they all modulated the immune system in different ways. So all the dogs got the antibody and the chemo, and then they were split and got one of these 3 drugs. So the first question we ask is, did we actually effectively reduce B cells in these dogs? And so we monitored their B cells in their periphery during the course of their treatment. And the last treatment was day 84. So what you can see here are the box plots of the T cells in blue in the circulation, which basically don't change, versus the B cells, which by day 7 have dropped to near 0 and stay low even after the last treatment. And they don't even start to come back up until day 196. So this antibody that we were using actually did deplete B cells in the dogs with lymphoma very, very well, and it was durable. And this really mimics what you see in humans. So we had really effective B cell depletion in these dogs that were treated. The next question we ask is, were these protocols well tolerated? Because that was really a big question and important for translating this to the human side, because we certainly don't want to have any severe toxicities that arise because we're combining unique agents together and making the protocol not viable to put into people who are elderly and frail. And what you can see here is that the overwhelming majority of these toxicities were at grade 1 and grade 2, which are very low grade toxicities. We had very few toxicities that were above grade 2. We had one dog that had an allergic reaction to the antibody, but that was one dog out of the many that we treated. And we gave well over 100 doses of the antibody to the dogs. And so this was really rare. And a few dogs that had some low neutrophil and platelet counts, but by and large, this was incredibly well tolerated. So we're very happy with that. So this is the outcome of that study, and it sort of combines all the groups together. And what I wanted to compare this with and show you is how this sort of fell out in comparison to single agent doxorubicin that's used to treat dogs with diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. So there's a couple of published studies, and I've just shown you two, but they all basically say the same thing. When you use doxorubicin as a single agent to treat dogs with diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, it doesn't hold them for very long. Their progression-free survival is a median of 122 days or 80 days, depending on the study. And then their overall survival time is only about 6 months. So they tend to die pretty quickly and fail pretty quickly, with very few patients that are long-term survivors. So you can see that single agent doxorubicin by itself is not very effective for treating canine diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. When you look at what we did when we combined the doxorubicin with immunotherapy, our progression-free survival wasn't that long. It was around 6 months, so still better than the published data. But what was really remarkable was that our overall survival time was markedly improved. It was 2.5 times what you would get with just the single agent doxorubicin. And again, these two studies were with full dose doxorubicin, and we were using low dose doxorubicin. So we markedly improved survival time in our patients, but we also did something which was pretty amazing, which was, if you look here, you don't have that many long-term survivors, but in our study, we had about 35% of dogs that went over 2 years, and then had close to 20% of dogs that went out over 3 years, which really is hard to do in our patient population. So we definitely essentially improved the cure rate and enhanced long-term survivorship with a protocol that was unique because it combined immunotherapy with really low-dose chemotherapy and had very few side effects. So when we went back to analyze what factors might have been driving some dogs to do better and some dogs to do worse, we decided to essentially divide them up into the dogs that managed to finish the protocol, which were the ones that went longer than 90 days of progression-free, meaning that they stayed on the protocol and finished it, versus those that weren't able to finish the protocol. So they relapsed really quickly. And when you divide those up, you can see that the dogs that don't finish the protocol, not only do they not, they progress pretty quickly, but they also die pretty quickly. Their median survival time is only 81 days. And then the dogs that finished the protocol had a median survival time of basically 2 years, which is pretty remarkable again. So we wanted to then ask, what were the factors that were driving good responses versus bad responses in the cohorts? So then we used a new test that was developed by a company called NanoString. And this is what's called the nCounter assay. And it's a set array of 800 genes that are dog specific that look at both tumor factors and immune factors. And these look at gene expression. And so we can ask in the tumors, and so these are in the lymph nodes that have lymphoma in them, what genes are being differentially expressed in dogs that did well versus dogs that didn't do well. And so this is what's called a heat map here. And this is a volcano plot. And you can see that if you relapsed essentially less than 90 days, meaning you did really poorly, you had different gene expression than the dogs that actually did well and finished the protocol and did not relapse. And so these are differentially expressed genes that are at baseline in their lymphoma cells at the beginning of treatment. So you can immediately distinguish between the dogs that are going to do well versus those that aren't. And this turned out to be specific based on the type of immunotherapy that they got. So they all got the anti-CD20, they all got the doxorubicin, and they got these different oral small molecule inhibitors. And so for the dogs that got KPT 9274, the ones that had high expression of CREB-BP and CDKN1A, they all did better than the ones that did not have that expression. So what this shows us is that we can actually predict who is likely to respond to this KPT 9274 immune modulator by looking at the baseline gene expression and help guide therapy. We were able to show that a very similar outcome for the TAC 981 arm. In that cohort, the dogs that actually did well had high expression of a toll-like receptor 3, which actually is one of those things that is involved in type 1 interferon responses compared to those that didn't. So dogs that had TLR3 high expression were more likely to respond and do well with TAC 981. And then lastly, in the RV101 arm, we found 3 genes that actually predicted whether or not you were likely to respond to that drug in the immunotherapy protocol. PI3 kinase delta itself, so that's actually the target of RV101, AKT3, which is downstream of RV101. So these two, if they were high, you did better with RV101 than if they were lower. And then if you had low NRAS expression, you did better as opposed to high. So this really told us that you can take the gene expression profile of the lymphoma at baseline and figure out which immunotherapy agents are best to add into your protocol to maximize the likelihood of response to therapy. So just to summarize the study, and there was a whole bunch of other things we did, we were able to show that combining immunotherapy with low-dose chemotherapy has the potential to mitigate toxicities associated with dose-intense therapy and improve outcomes. We were able to show that response to specific immunotherapy combinations can be dictated by the tumor genomic landscape. So when figuring out which immunotherapy to use, it's advisable to really understand what the gene expression profile looks like in the tumor before choosing it. Interestingly, in several of our patients, the second remission duration was longer than the first. So if they relapsed and we retreated them, they actually went longer the second time around, which is typically not the case. And that suggests a potential role for what we call immunologic memory in the disease control. And that has since been confirmed in a second study that we did. But more importantly, these data support the notion that in human patients with diffuse large B-cell lymphoma that aren't able to receive the full dose R-CHOP and thus have worse outcomes, the addition of other immune modulators may improve long-term survivorship without enhancing toxicity. And actually, this is happening right now in human patients. So there's a whole movement to almost take chemotherapy entirely out of the protocol for frail and elderly patients. And use a combination of immune modulators to really try to improve their outcomes and reduce their side effects. And so this work that we've done is being translated into humans. So then I wanted to move on to the second story, because this one is sort of evolving and turning out to be really interesting, which involves a form of T-cell lymphoma in dogs called cutaneous T-cell lymphoma. So it's lymphoma that occurs in the skin, and using this as a translational model. As I mentioned before, T-cell lymphomas are more common in dogs than they are in people, so we see them more frequently. And we see a lot more T-cell lymphomas that involve the skin in dogs than they do in people. So in dogs, these cutaneous T-cell lymphomas arise from the T cells that are actually in the mucosa and in the skin. And when you look at a patient or that comes in, a pet dog that comes in with cutaneous lymphoma, it can be really difficult to distinguish it from other things like what we call interface dermatitis, like atopic skin disease, et cetera, like chronic pyoderma and all sorts of other skin disease, because they actually all really look very similar. And you can see examples here of dogs with cutaneous lymphoma, and many of them actually look like dogs with just bad skin. The median age of diagnosis is typically close to 10 years. And because it's hard to distinguish it from other forms of skin disease, there's usually a very long time between the onset of the disease and the final diagnosis. The median is around 6 months, but it can be longer than that. And as I mentioned, it's a clinical challenge to diagnose these. Upon presentation, you get these pink plaques and patches. They can go to widespread plaques, and then you can actually develop tumors and erythroderma. And as I mentioned, the median delay in diagnosis is often very long from the time the dog initially develops symptoms. And this really exemplifies how common the challenges are in humans and dogs with this disease. So in humans, the median delay in diagnosis is 36 months. So this is a human that has psoriasis versus cutaneous lymphoma. And then this is a human that has atopic dermatitis. So you can see the cutaneous lymphoma, atopic dermatitis, and psoriasis kind of all look the same on presentation. So people often get misdiagnosed. And then here's the example of a dog with atopic dermatitis and one with cutaneous lymphoma. And again, they look very similar. So it's not surprising that they are challenging to distinguish. And I should also say that histopathologically, particularly early on, it can be difficult to distinguish the two, especially if there's a secondary infection. As in humans, cutaneous lymphoma in dogs is a neoplasia of what we call memory T cells. And in canines, these cells express CD8 in approximately 80% of the cases. And then the rest of them typically don't have CD4 or CD8. So that's a big difference from the human disease, where the human cutaneous lymphomas typically involve CD4 positive memory cells. So that is one sort of big difference. The other big difference is that in dogs, the malignant cells express T cell receptors that are called gamma delta in over 60% of cases, as opposed to humans, which are alpha beta. And so this is comparing it to the standard human cutaneous lymphoma, which is almost always CD4. So what's the prognosis in the human disease? So if it's caught early, basically early stage disease, the long-term survivorship is great. So it's almost 90%. And most of them are diagnosed with early stage disease. But if you have later stage disease, you really don't live very long. So the 5-year survivorship is really short. So humans can have really good outcomes with this disease. However, it's different in dogs. So canine cutaneous lymphoma is typically treated with prednisone and some form of chemotherapy. We often use something called lomustine, which is an alkylating agent, as a monotherapy, or sometimes we combine it with other chemotherapies. People have also used retinoids alone or in combination with lomustine. And there's a new veterinary chemotherapy drug called Tenobia, which has some activity in this disease. But even when you use all these drugs, the median survival times range from a few months to 2 years. Although the median, like typically dogs are dead within 6 months of diagnosis. And that includes the time that it took to actually get diagnosed. So most patients respond initially and then fail really rapidly. And this is really in contrast to the human cutaneous lymphoma, where they do quite well with treatment. So something's really different about dogs compared to humans. And we now think we know the reason why is that there's a subset of human cutaneous lymphomas that's called primary cutaneous aggressive epidermotropic CD8 positive cytotoxic T cell lymphoma, which is not common. So it's even more rare than the sort of baseline CD4 positive disease. And it's very, very aggressive. It typically occurs in adults and can be characterized by these crusted and ulcerated patches, plaques, nodules, and tumors. And one thing that is important is that mucosal involvement is very frequent in this type of cutaneous lymphoma in people that's CD8 positive. And that actually is common in dogs as well. So we see a lot of mucosal involvement with cutaneous lymphoma, which is not typically seen in the classic human disease. You get all of these sort of malignant cells that infiltrate the skin, and often they infiltrate the hair follicles as well. And importantly, the disease course is aggressive with a 5-year survival of only about 32% and a median survival of about 12 months. So based on what we know about the canine CD8 positive cutaneous lymphoma, and this syndrome in humans, we actually think that the canine disease represents sort of the similar disease to people, which is important because this disease in people is really rare. There are no clinical trials that have explored novel therapies in human patients, and essentially if you get it, you die. And so we think that the canine cutaneous lymphoma represents a good translational model to really study this rare disease in humans and develop new therapies. So along those lines, we became interested in studying a new small molecule inhibitor in dogs with their cutaneous lymphoma. And this small molecule inhibitor targets a protein called XPO1, which works to regulate movement of proteins and RNA in and out of the nucleus of the cell. And it's important because XPO1 has been documented in human T cell malignancies to be overexpressed, and it looks like it's a therapeutic vulnerability. And secondly, there are small molecule inhibitors of XPO1 that are given orally. One has been approved for use in veterinary medicine called Laverdia or Verdinexor, and its sister drug, Expovio or Selinexor, has been approved for use in human medicine. So there are drugs now available that can target XPO1 for us to really study in cutaneous lymphoma. It's been approved in B cell lymphoma and myeloma in people, and just for general lymphomas in dogs, but nobody had really studied it in cutaneous lymphomas. So there was a publication that came out back in 2024 that looked at the biologic activity of Verdinexor in dogs with cutaneous lymphoma, and they got it twice weekly. They had some activity. So they had one dog that had a complete response, one had a partial response, and 4 that had stable disease. But the median time to progression was only 56 days, so it was very short-lived. And the median survival time of the dogs that didn't get other therapies after was only 72 days. And it found that the treatment with Verdinexor actually didn't change their pruritus, even if you gave them other things. So there was a signal of activity, but it wasn't really robust. We had recently read about a published study where in humans, they had combined XPO1 inhibition or selinexor with what we call an immune checkpoint inhibitor or anti-PD-1, which is an antibody that targets PD-1. And as I mentioned before, PD-1 is something that puts the brakes on the immune system. So by blocking it, you can generate a robust immune response. And in this human study, they had 5 patients that had relapsed T cell lymphomas. And they'd failed other things. They treated them with a combination of selinexor and anti-PD-1. And they had 4 patients that achieved objective responses, including 3 that had complete responses and 1 partial response to therapy. So, which is pretty remarkable because T cell lymphomas tend to have a terrible prognosis. And these were already relapsed. And so there was clearly an evidence of combined synergistic activity when you put selinexor with anti-PD-1. So we asked the question, can you combine XPO1 inhibition and PD1 inhibition. And so we did a pilot study of Verdinexor, which is the canine drug, with an antibody that's recently been developed by Merck Animal Health called gilvetmab, which is a canonized anti-PD1 antibody in dogs with cutaneous lymphoma, to really ask what's the safety, what's the activity, and do we get enhanced activity when we combine Verdinexor with anti-PD1, just like they did on the human side. And so we also used something unique, which are these things called tape strips, which are these little discs of tape that you can press into a lesion and get enough cells out of to actually generate RNA and then look for changes in gene expression. So we really wanted to pilot the tape strips as a way of monitoring the dogs for remission. So of the 6 dogs that we treated, 2 had complete responses for greater than 6 months. 2 dogs had partial responses and 2 had progressive disease. And you can see some of the responses here where they have complete remission. And here's another dog that's actually been in remission for well over a year now after being treated. And so we use the tape strips all along when these dogs are being treated to ask, can we distinguish when they have healthy skin versus malignant skin? Because it's a non-invasive way of really tracking the disease. And we did the same sort of thing that we did before in the lymphoma study, the diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, where we looked for differences in gene expression in the dogs when they had the cutaneous lymphoma versus when they're in remission and were healthy. And we were able to distinguish the healthy dogs down here based on this parameter of 2 genes that serve as biomarkers of lymphoma, XCL1 and KLRK1. And you can see that when you have overexpression of those 2, that you have the lymphoma. And this is just the graphs here showing that the dogs, when they were out of remission, had high levels of these 2 genes versus when they were in healthy skin, they were very low. We were also able to sort of measure the cytotoxic T cells on the skin using the tape strips. So this actually has direct applicability to humans and also to canines for diagnosing this disease early on. And so trying to distinguish it from the non-malignant skin diseases, it's a very simple test using the tape strips and doesn't require anesthesia or sedation or surgery because you don't need biopsies. So this was actually very helpful. And so we were very encouraged by those results, but we still had dogs that sort of fell off and didn't stay in remission. And we became interested in exploring whether or not we could target a different small molecule. And we became interested in this JAK kinase family because it's known that mutations in these JAK kinases have been implicated in human cutaneous lymphoma. And there's been a bunch of studies that have been done looking at JAK kinase inhibitors in cutaneous T-cell lymphoma in people. So we, and there was one published report that had shown a response of a dog with cutaneous lymphoma, you can see that here, to a JAK inhibitor. So oclacitinib is actually a small molecule inhibitor that's approved for atopic dermatitis in dogs. It inhibits JAK1 and JAK3. And this dog was treated with oclacitinib for his cutaneous lymphoma. And you can see near remission of the disease. And then here are the biopsy samples beforehand. And the brown staining is the the T cells in the skin that are part of the tumor. And then you can see that post-treatment, they're markedly decreased. So we basically took our patients that had failed the Verdinexor or gilvetmab study and put them on oclacitinib. And I just want to show you one of the patients because we had at least 2 of them that had beautiful responses. This was a dog who had failed chemotherapy and prednisone, had a brief period of stable disease when we put her with Verdinexor and gilvetmab. And you can see some of her lesions here that have resolved. So there's a big one on her head, went away completely on oclacitinib, and one around her vulva that went away completely on oclacitinib. And again, this is just an oral therapy that she's getting twice a day. So this was really, really encouraging. And we now think that the JAK family of kinases is a good target in this disease as well. And so that has led us to start a new study combining oclacitinib in combination with the gilvetmab to see if when we add anti-PD-1 in, we can improve, just like we did with Verdexter, the outcomes. And then we also have another way to treat this using what's called a JAK1 siRNA. So these studies are ongoing now in dogs with cutaneous lymphoma. And so I just wanted to show you one last slide here where, which sort of surprised us because I wasn't really expecting this to happen, but it actually mirrors what we saw in the diffuse large B-cell lymphoma study, which is the survival time. Which is that our dogs that were in this study have not reached a median yet. And we're now out at 2 years. So we had one dog die of disease, but the rest have not yet died of disease. And that tells us that much like we saw in the diffuse large B-cell lymphoma study, that we may be getting a memory response when we add in these immunotherapies. And when you retreat them with something else, they tend to hold their remission longer. So we have a cohort of dogs that are alive a lot longer than we thought. And so to summarize, we think that the canine cutaneous lymphoma is much closer to this human aggressive CD8 T cell lymphoma. And our data from our pilot studies suggests that targeted therapies have real value in this disease, including those that impact XPO1 and JAK-STAT signaling. And that if you add an anti-PD-1 in, you get a better response to small molecule inhibitors. So we're now really trying to figure out how to sort of segregate the dogs into the different treatment groups, like which one should get XPO1, which one should get inhibitor, which one should get a JAK inhibitor. Much like we did on the diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, where we look for gene expression that helps guide therapy. And again, the goal is to translate this data into this really aggressive human CD8 disease and improve outcomes for those patients. So with that, I will stop and acknowledge all the people that contributed to this work and the companies that contributed drugs, but more importantly, the patients and their owners who volunteered to be parts of the study. And I will stop and take questions now. Thank you.
Wow. Wow, Dr. London. Wow. That was amazing. This is incredible bidirectional use of translational research, not just to help humans, but animals as well. Thank you for sharing your work with us, Dr. London. That is a
Thank you.
comment from Danielle Nelson, and I am looking at reactions, and I'm waiting for even more reactions on the screen. Extremely, extremely interesting presentation. And those are the applauses going up. So we are opening the chat for 10 minutes of questions. Well, to be fair, Dr. London, I'm going to give you 5 minutes because you went over time a bit. So we're going to do 5 minutes of questions and answers. So I'm looking for my Q&A box, and I'm not seeing any questions yet, but I do have one question. You had originally started with the B-cell lymphoma, and you said that the kind of inspiration for that study came from geriatric patients who had been having poor outcomes. And to be honest, my internet stopped working and I got kicked off for about 2 minutes of your presentation. So I wasn't sure if it was geriatric dogs that were used in your initial B-cell lymphoma study, because you had
No, they weren't geriatric dogs. I'm sorry. Generally, the challenge with the pet dog population is they can't tolerate dose-intense chemotherapy anyway. Like, we could never give them the type of chemotherapy that's given to humans because they don't tolerate it. So they sort of represent, as a group, the patients that can't tolerate dose-intense chemotherapy because they don't understand what they're going through. So the entire cohort really has there's a low bar for toxicity in dogs when you treat them for cancer.
So technically every dog equals one geriatric human.
Yeah.
Okay. I like that. That's awesome. All right. But you did say in your T-cell presentation that most animals are diagnosed at 10 years of age. So
in the T-cell, yeah. So we were actually very surprised. I think we went into that study not thinking that we were going to match this to this really rare human disease that's very aggressive. And the data all suggest that it is. And so one of the challenges with that disease in humans is that whenever you have a rare population, it's very difficult to advance new therapies because you don't have enough patients to put in a trial.
Right,
And
right,
yeah, so it's very hard to. So the goal is to really suss that out in the dogs and then be able to translate it into
right.
people.
And you got 6, so
We enrolled 6 in 6 months. It was a pilot study.
yeah.
So we would have done a larger study, but it was based on funding at the time.
Got you. And before I get to Dane Levy's question, one more question, because I do believe that there is a general consensus in the veterinary world that we do not use Apoquel on skin cancers, or has that changed? And because
That
I
has
was
changed.
very, very surprised by your statement, your research.
So that has changed. I think there was a lot of misinformation about the potential for Apoquel to cause skin cancer. It's actually not true.
Hmm.
I think when you look at all the evidence, there's no data to suggest that it can cause mast cell disease or whatever. But we're learning more and more about how that drug in particular can be used to treat certain kinds of cancer, depending on, again, what the genetic, essentially the gene expression profile looks like. And in particular, this cancer tends to have a high level of the target, which makes it a good match.
Wow, that's awesome. All right. So I think all the vets in the room just went, all right, whoop, whoop. And of course, the producers of Apoquel just went, yes. But
They have a competition on the market now. So there's another. They're not the only ones now. So
well,
there's another
yes,
drug.
yes.
Yeah.
So I'm going to start with the question from Dane Levy, who says, excellent presentation. Is this research species specific?
So we tend to use just pet dogs when we do these studies because for a couple of reasons. One, we have a much better handle on gene expression. Two, we have reagents that we can use to actually ask and answer questions. I will say that not all of the research is species specific. I just saw a great presentation on an immune stimulant that was used in horses that had squamous cell carcinoma of the eye and had some beautiful results. So depending on the kind of reagents you're using, they may be species specific, like the antibodies species specific. But some of the other injectable, like intratumoral treatments, can be non-species specific.
Right, thank you. And then another question from Amparo Campbell. Did you take into account the difference in aging dogs and humans in your study?
So it sort of gets back to like the first question, which is that most of our dogs, were somewhere around 8 to 9 years of age in the lymphoma studies. And dogs age a little bit differently than people do. They go through really rapid aging in the first 2 years and then spend most of their life in sort of this adulthood. Um, and people tend to age much more linearly than dogs do. And so I would say that most of the patients that we treated would be akin to middle-aged to older humans.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm not seeing any more questions yet. I do want to say thank you again. I don't know if there's any questions from the panel. All right. With that, thank you, thank you, thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you very
Long.
much.
Thank you. It was very interesting. And I'm excited to see what's going to come of it in the human world, especially being one of the persons that lives in what we call the sandwich generation now, the one that takes care of its kids as well as their parents. So I'm excited to see how this translates for my parents. All right. And have a
Thank
wonderful
you.
afternoon.
Thank you, you too. Take care. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. All right. I love the reactions. Let's keep the reactions going. Let's keep the love going. And our next item on the agenda is going to be our sponsor presentations. So now is the time to listen to our sponsors, and we crave your attention. And we again want to thank our sponsors. The two presentations you'll be hearing now are one is from Data Defense, and the other is from Baruch. Is Data ready?
Hi.
Oh, there she is.
I'm trying to get the video on and I'm unable to.
That's okay, Karen. You can go ahead without the video.
Okay. Okay, so thank you for having me. Data Defense Consulting welcomes this opportunity to offer you, as data controllers, the options available to meet your obligations under the enacted Data Protection Act of 2020. Now, I do understand that this is going beyond our borders, but data protection is becoming a very important thing in every society, and it's being modeled after the GDPR in the UK. So ignoring the Data Protection Act and its requirements of data controllers comes with real costs. You can be legal liable if patients suffer harm both under civil liability as well as penalties under the law. You can suffer loss of patient trust and reputation damage within your professional communities. This act grants the Information Commissioner, who reports directly to the Office of the Prime Minister, authority to take action against data controllers who do not comply with the law, including those who fail to appoint or properly engage a data protection officer where necessary. The scale and impact of these sanctions are financial sanctions and non-financial orders. Fines under the Act can be substantial relative to an organization's size and revenue, and may be applied per individual breach, resulting in significant cumulative liability for controllers that are persistently non-compliant. The Commissioner also has the authority to order controllers to cease processing, amend their practices, or delete data. All these actions can compromise operational continuity, leading to service disruptions and financial losses. As data controllers, you have two approaches to achieving compliance under the Act. Firstly, in-house by self-management. Achieving full operational effectiveness following recruitment is a gradual process that involves evaluating existing gaps and implementing compliance initiatives. Regulatory credibility depends on the expertise of the data controller or appointed officer. Compliance risk is high as full liability rests on the data controller. That would be vets, doctors, anyone with a private practice that deals with sensitive personal data. Adding the demands of the DPA to an existing job description can blur elements of accountability and can increase the risk of breach. The second option, you may engage a data protection officer. Here, structured compliance management begins and the process is immediate. The DPO designs and oversees policies, controls, training, DPIAs, and incident response to reduce breach risk and ensure privacy by design. The DPO provides independent monitoring, regular liaison with the Office of the Information Commissioner, and offers higher regulatory credibility than self-management compliance. The DPO offers rapid breach response within statutory timelines and supports patient trust and competitive advantage as your practice grows. It is more cost-effective than building equivalent in-house compliance capacity. There is also peace of mind that you and other stakeholders that compliance is being managed outside. Managing this type of protocol can be onerous for a data controller, whose core functions does not support this level of involvement. By centralizing data protection compliance in a dedicated expert role, senior management can focus on strategic and operational priorities while still demonstrating accountability to the regulator through engagement of a DPO. Positioning the DPO as an essential infrastructure for both organizational efficiency and regulator adherence. Annual registration under the Act is mandatory, and every organization that processes personal data is required to ensure full and timely compliance each year. Ignorance of the law affords no defense, and all entities are expected to take immediate steps to regularize and maintain their compliance obligations. Thank you for listening. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Ramson.
So, Ms. Ramson, if there's anybody in the audience who wants to engage your services as a DPO, how do they contact you? Can you put your contact information in the chat?
Yes, I'll provide that information in the chat.
All right. Thank you. I'm seeing lots of comments here. Thank you for this update. Thank you for this. I want to personally say thank you for this service. You know, I've had conversations with you, and I know that you're helping out our vets as well. Thank you, Ms. Ramson, and we look forward to your information in the chat.
Thank you. Okay.
We move to our next presenter from Baruch Distributors.
Hi, good afternoon. Everyone's hearing me?
Yes, we're hearing you.
You're not seeing me, right? Okay.
Woo!
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, Doc. Hi, Dr. Leon, Dr. Cadogan. Hi, everyone. Sorry. I'm Vanessa, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Vanessa Benjamin Chatry, manager and owner of Baruch Distributors Limited. So indeed, Baruch is a sponsor again to this event, and we are happy to be a sponsor as we embrace the theme, Together We Are Stronger. As a pharmacist for over 15 years, I can understand and appreciate the significance of this One Health approach concept, in which we all know that our animals and our environment and our plants and everybody is intertwined as one. So we at Baruch, we strongly believe in this. As such, we believe in farmers' education. We believe in the treatment, prevention and treatment, ensuring that our farmers are adhering to treatments and concepts and withdrawal periods and all of that. Also, one of my initiatives is that I always out there looking antibiotic stewardship, and I will show you a little about that as I engage in the presentation. No, I only have 5 minutes, so just let me get down to it. I'm going to the presentation, share screen. Share. Okay, everybody's seen it?
Yes.
Everybody's seeing the screen?
Full screen.
Full screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to put it in presentation.
If you allow that request, I could help you.
Slideshow.
Slideshow. Hold on.
There you go.
From
From the beginning to the left.
All right. It's on the slideshow, yes. All right. So Baruch, it's pronounced Baruch. It's from the Hebrew mean blessed. So we're established in the year of 2020. So our vision statement is that we want to be the most accessible and responsive animal healthcare veterinary pharmaceutical company in the Caribbean, where our customer lives are enriched through maximizing on their investment while promoting a One Health approach mindset. About us. It's a privately owned company, veterinarian distribution pharmacy. So it is a pharmacy, but we only deal with veterinarian products. So as I said, we're established in 2020 with an extensive and exclusive line of generic animal healthcare pharmaceutical with the goal of achieving food sustainability and promoting, of course, our One Health approach for today's generation and generation to come. Again, we have to overemphasize the importance of us working together for our future. So it is, we're fully committed to the importation, marketing of high quality, innovative, cost-effective products, providing solutions for cutting-edge technology in animal healthcare products and equipments for livestock, agriculture, poultry, companion, and pet animals. So who do we serve? Who do we serve? So we serve to assist both small and large commercial farmers, pet owners, veterinarians. Of course, they're behind the drive because we all know what happened in Melissa and we all see how food has been compromised and stuff. So we all know that farmers are the backbone of our society. So they are the driving force for food security, along with our excellent service, our warm and compassionate service at Baruch. So our international suppliers are Interchemin, which is one of our major, Levista Global, they're from Spain, but they have a warehouse in El Salvador, Apothecary Vet Biochem from India, Evans van der Nijn from UK, and Wind River Microbes, right? So I spoke about us being unique, in which we are one of the first, where we are the first to introduce our herbal product in the pharmaceutical veterinary line. So as a pharmacist, we all know about antibiotic stewardship, and we are also always at the edge seeking to see how we can reduce the usage of antibiotic right across the board. So we have imported this product by the name of Coxasan and Garvital. So these are highly used among our farmers to reduce the usage of antibiotic. So these products are garlic, mostly garlic, echinacea, thyme oil, sage oil, rosemary oil. So it's a complement of oil that we use, and we have tried to be replacement for antibiotic. It has been working, but it's a process, right? So of course, you know that we supply a small niche, which is a veterinary pharmaceutical niche, veterinarian family right there. And we've been in Jamaica for 6 years. As such, we have gained the confidence of the Jamaican farmers and veterinarians likewise. And we tend to source from companies which are from top pharmaceutical generic companies. Our market includes small, medium, large-scale livestock farmers, veterinarian clinics, agricultural institution and organization, retail farm stores, supermarkets, and pharmacies. Our partnership is important. So we partner with RADA, 4-H, JAS, WOS, Caribbean, Jamaica Veterinary Medical Association, as you know, Jamaica Boilers Group, mostly Nutramixed, and Best Rest Chicken and Hypro, and more, right? So some of our products that we supply within the island includes nutritional products like vitamins, minerals, and amino acids, disinfectants, herbal products, as we have mentioned, antibiotics, microbes, dewormers, anti-inflammatory, antiparasitic detergents, and more. So, and microbe is a new initiative that I'm embarking on with the same objective to reduce the usage of antibiotics in our animals. And we have located a company that does microbes to basically will replace the usage of antibiotics and vitamins in general. So we're experimenting with that to see the use of it among our animals, to see how really we can, because really and truly it's one planet, as we all know, and we're looking towards reducing the antibiotic usage. So this is one of the method that is used worldwide, along with the herbal line of products. So our final thought is that Baruch is indeed honored to be a sponsor for your One Health conference again. And we truly appreciate the opportunity to support this initiative as a partner as we continue good stewardship for One Health approach. And our final thought is that every medicine dispensed affects not just one person or an animal, but the entire health ecosystem as we work together across all professional disciplines to protect families, food system, ecosystem, and national health security. Thanks for your attention. Have a blessed evening. And that's it. And that's my contact. Any questions?
Okay. Thank you so much, Vanessa, for your presentation. Wonderful presentation, very useful information. I think even doctors are going to be impressed by the fact that you have brought in what we call nutraceuticals. And we have been pushing that as vets. We know the importance of nutraceuticals instead of antibiotics. So thank you so much. And again, I'm going to ask you, I know that you presented it on the screen, but can you also please put your contact in the chat? Is it that you want the persons to contact you for sales, or do you want to state where your products can be found?
We're a distributor. We're distributing pharmacy. So we distribute to Hypro, we distribute to Nutramix, and over 200 farm stores island-wide, right? Tea Geddes Grant, and so on. So you can contact those agencies. Mostly, they will contact us.
All
So,
right.
yeah.
So, all right. So farm stores, Nutramix, Hypro. Got it. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Dr. Hear me talk to chat. Thank you, Vanessa Chatri.
Welcome. All right.
And
Thank you,
have
Doc.
a good
Enjoy the
evening.
evening.
Yes,
You
you
too.
too. You too. All right. So, two sponsors. We heard from two wonderful sponsors, very helpful sponsors for our medical fraternity. And now we're going to get right back into our presentations. And we reached the part of the presentation that, well, to be fair, we're not talking about lizard, so the women can relax. But we are going to be talking about insects in the home. So maybe we don't relax too much. We're in what we call Arthropod Alley. And our first presenter is going to be Dr. Jennifer K. Peterson, an assistant professor of medical entomology in the Department of Entomology and Wildlife Ecology at the University of Delaware in Delaware, United States. She earned her MA and PhD in ecology from Princeton University, followed by postdoctoral positions at Princeton, the University of Pennsylvania, and the University of Notre Dame. At the University of Delaware, Dr. Peterson leads the IDEAS Lab, which is the Infectious Disease Entomology Across Scales Lab, which focuses on investigating vector-borne diseases using across scales. One Health approach. She focuses on Chagas disease, which she investigates in Colombia, Peru, Panama, Trinidad and Tobago, and most recently, the northeastern United States. So please welcome Dr. Jennifer K. Peterson with reactions and applause in the chat as she talks about Chagas disease in the Caribbean.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a real honor to be here and to be able to share about Chagas disease with all of you and to hear about everyone else's work. So thank you very much. I'm going to start sharing my screen. So bear with me for a second. Okay, can everybody see that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we can.
I can't see the chat, so yeah, great. Yeah, so thank you for that nice introduction. As she said, I am Jennifer Peterson. I work at the University of Delaware and I started the Ideas Lab there. I'm an assistant professor. And today I'm going to be sharing a lot of what I know about Chagas in the Caribbean, which has been a real passion of mine since 2016. So we're on our 10th year now, working in Trinidad and Tobago and starting to branch out to other islands as well. So today I'll introduce myself a little bit, and introduce Chagas disease. Then I'll go over what's known about Chagas in the Caribbean islands, and then share our work in Trinidad and Tobago. So this is me. I'm working on Chagas disease in all sorts of capacities, going urban Chagas disease, going into palm trees, teaching students, really all of the above. And for anyone who said Delaware, Delaware is here. It is the second smallest state in the United States. Many people might have driven through it when driving from New York to DC. But in case anyone thought maybe I was making that up, no, it's a real place. And this is the Ideas Lab, infectious disease entomology across scales, meaning that I look at an infectious disease, vector-borne diseases, from the parasite or the pathogen to the vector to the vertebrate host and to the community and the environment. I look at all the different scales of organization. And the study system that I focus on is Chagas disease. And I've studied this, as she said in the introduction, I've studied this all over Latin America and most recently in the United States. But most people don't know what Chagas disease is. I didn't know what it was until I saw it in a Spanish class. I learned about it in a medical Spanish class I was taking in 2009 in my first year of grad school. I started out studying Drosophila genetics actually in grad school, and then I learned about Chagas, and I was so fascinated I actually just switched topics, and that's how that happened. So Chagas disease is what we call the symptomatic presentation of infection with a protozoan parasite called Trypanosoma cruzi, shown here. It's a flagellate protozoan. It's a swimmer. It is intracellular, as opposed to other parasites that we're more familiar with, like malaria parasites or Trypanosoma brucei. Those are blood parasites. This is an intracellular parasite, which causes some complications that I'll talk about later. But for now, with the basics, Trypanosoma cruzi can infect any mammal, and we're mammals, obviously. So that means that it does infect us, and it also infects domestic mammals, and it infects wild mammals. And so it's a true zoonosis. That also adds to it's very complicated and complex to study, which makes it fun to study. But it does make it complicated epidemiologically. So, and it is spread between mammals by triatomine bugs. And shown here, there's about 159 extant species of triatomine bugs. So shown here is just one species, but this is a very important species in Trinidad, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. So, but basically, for any vector-borne disease, you have to have the vector, you have to have a host, and you have to have a pathogen. So these are the three components. I just taught medical entomology this term, so this is what I was hammering down on my students all term. So Chagas disease is it's restricted to the Americas. There are people who have immigrated to other places in the world that are infected with T. cruzi, and so you will find people with Chagas disease in other countries, but they acquired the disease in the Americas. And I put these two red lines here because this is about where it stops, and it follows the path of the bugs. So where you find these bugs, you will find Chagas. And so here's what the transmission cycle looks like. We have our triatomine bug here. Some people call it a kissing bug. And the triatomine bug is, if it's uninfected, it takes a blood meal from an infected host, and then it takes another blood meal on an uninfected host, and it spreads the parasite to the next host. Now, the one thing that's important to know about this disease that's really unique and makes it different than other vector-borne diseases that we're used to, like mosquito-borne diseases, essentially, or tick-borne diseases, is that T. cruzi is passed in the vector's feces. It is not passed in its saliva. And so that means if you get bit by a kissing bug, you're probably fine. It's um it's a very inefficient transmission route, and you generally have to be bit. You have to be living in a house that's infested, or for some reason be bit over and over and over again, generally, to actually get infected with the parasite. Um, and this is why it passes through the feces, because not to get too into the weeds here, but when the bug takes an infected blood meal, if you're in any sort of mosquito-borne disease or something, the parasite has to, it gets taken through the blood meal of whatever it feeds on, and that the viruses or whatever is in there has to pass through the gut lining and make its way back up to the salivary glands to be spread again. But T. cruzi doesn't do that. It stays in the stomach and it just goes through the digestive system, and then it's spread through the bug's excrement. So human Chagas disease, what does it do to people? It's generally, it has a short acute phase that's almost never detected because it's just super generalized symptoms that could be anything. And then they generally go away for a long time. And this is where the fact that the parasite is intracellular gets tricky, because it likes to just, our immune systems are really good at keeping it down to a dull roar. And so it's just very slowly over time inside our cells, reproducing, then it bursts them open and finds another cell. And it causes this cumulative inflammation over time that after 10 to 30 years, a certain percentage of people infected will get these most commonly these cardiac symptoms. Here we have cardiomyopathy. And because the tissues that it does prefer to reproduce in are important tissues, unfortunately. It likes to reproduce in gastrointestinal tissues, and it likes to reproduce in cardiac tissues. And so it can cause these, after time, this accumulated inflammation can cause these cardiac or gastrointestinal problems that can lead to death. So because it's a chronic disease, it has a lot of people are infected, because you're seeing people who've usually, if they were infected, they can be infected 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And so that's why there's so many people infected. Annual mortality is about 10,000. This is all estimates because it's pretty hard to find. And there's no vaccine, and treatment is very limited, and it's very toxic. So if we think of Chagas disease in terms of disability affected life years, which is DALYs, which is the amount of productive time that we take out of a person's life, Chagas has the biggest impact in the Americas region. Out of all the parasitic and vector-borne diseases, it takes the most productive time out of people's lives. So it really is a serious problem. And so Chagas in the Caribbean, what do we know? Where are we? So here's the global distribution of Chagas cases. 2018. So, sorry, I'm fiddling with the view here because it's covering up some of my slide. There we go. Okay. So, here the World Health Organization puts out a map every 5 to 10 years, estimating the number of T. cruzi infected people in the world. And so over here in Europe and the old world, as we say, that's immigration. The vector-borne cases are found here in the Americas. And I show this because I want to highlight the Caribbean islands. There's nothing, no data available. And so everyone assumes that this is right because these are reputable organizations, and no one really questions it. However, when I was a postdoc at Princeton, I worked with an undergrad. Her boyfriend was Jamaican, and she wanted to study Chagas in the Caribbean. And I said, "There's no Chagas in the Caribbean. Why do you want to go there?" But she's like, "No, I know it's there." And she dug out all these old papers and sort of proved to me, and it was very I can thank her for this. She's now gone on to great bigger and better things. She's, I think, an anesthesiologist now. But there are triatamines all over the Caribbean. And so what's going on here? There's even, and as I started to dig deeper, there's even an ancient species, actually two ancient species, preserved in amber in the Dominican Republic. So triatamines actually they're not only there, they're not introduced, they're native, and they have ancient Caribbean origins found in this amber in the Dominican Republic. So first we have this Triatoma dominicana on the left, and then here we have this Panstrongylus hispaniola. And not only that, this Triatoma dominicana, the amber blows my mind because they apparently found a little teeny bit of excrement preserved in amber, and in the excrement they found trypanosomes. So this Chagas disease system has ancient ancestors and it has ancient roots in the Caribbean. And then they found in Panstrongylus hispaniola, they found another flagellate protozoa in its little excrement. So it's pretty eye-opening, and the more you dig, the more rewarding it gets. So, but my first question, because I can't help it, I really do look at everything as connected, and that includes time. And so I'm like, well, how did they get there? What's the story here? And so I started digging deeper, trying to understand sort of the paleo aspect of everything. And so apparently it is theorized based on molecular studies and a lot of sort of fancy statistics that are too hard for me. But 35 to 33 million years ago, they think that triatamines arrived by land. This was the most supported hypothesis. So they arrived from South America and they just kind of made their way up through the islands, and which weren't islands at the time. And so, but not only that, the molecular work on this has supported a second arrival probably from the other direction. And that time it came on this mammal, that it's because the arrivals are the same for the mammal and these bugs, and the species in Cuba is believed to be associated with this mammal. I think it's called a Hutia, Hutia. I don't know how to say it, but if anyone is from Cuba, you probably maybe know it. So anyway, so there's all of these interesting ecological, paleo-ecological associations in history with the bugs in the Caribbean. And that's exciting to me. So triatamines in the Caribbean today, what do we know? So confirmed species have been found in this list here, including, and I'll go over some highlights in a second, but this is the list I have so far. I have not been able to go to every single island and look, not independently wealthy yet. So maybe someday. But in Jamaica, I thought people would be interested. And there are two triatamine species found in Jamaica. This one is Triatoma on the top. This is called Triatoma rubefasciata, and this one is associated with ship rats. And so it's found in port cities everywhere. And it's generally kind of keeps to itself, except in some places in Asia, it's a real problem. But the one we're really interested in this one down here. And this is Nesotriatoma obscura. This species belongs 100% to Jamaica. It's not found anywhere else. It is in Jamaica. There's a lot of museum specimens. It is part of this Antillean clade of 3 species that are found only in Cuba and Jamaica. 3 Chagas disease vectors found only there. So what do we know about Chagas in Jamaica? There's just little bits. So we know there's 2 triatamine species, as I said. One is found only in Jamaica. So in 1963, somebody did a small study and found some humans with seropositive, that were T. cruzi seropositive. It was the 60s. They used, the methods weren't as modern as they are now for all of this molecular based stuff. And so this definitely needs to be re-looked at. But that does exist. People have been interested in this for a while, and there's a lot of museum specimens. But I haven't been able to find any published studies. I'm still looking, always combing through the archives. But so far that I haven't found anything. And so what really needs to happen is we need to find the parasite, Trypanosoma cruzi. We need to see if that's there. And the way that we can do that, the easiest way you can do that is to look at the bugs. Because the pathogen is in their poop, you can actually look at it under the microscope in real time at 40x, just using a regular old compound microscope, and see them. You don't have to wait for some, I always do a molecular confirmation anyway, but this is the nice thing about this system, is you can get those real-time results. Anyway, another way to look, if you have animal samples sitting around, or you can test their serology. You can test for T. cruzi serology. You can take, if you have a dog with a cardiomyopathy or some sort of strange symptoms that don't really conform to any other diagnosis. Chagas disease, in canine Chagas disease is very similar to human Chagas disease, and it's very interesting. I'm going to talk about this towards the end because we just had a paper out on this. So really, we need to find the parasite on the island. That's really the next step to understand what's going on, if anything. Could be nothing. So Chagas in Cuba, a similar situation, except Cuba's got an even richer species diversity of the vector. Cuba has 3 species that are only found in Cuba, which is pretty amazing. This one, Nesotriatoma flavida, was first described in 1911. So this is not a new thing. People have been looking, people know that they're there, but just for one reason or another, just haven't really dug in. But Nesotriatoma flavida, it is known that it is attracted to lights, which often then is one way that triatamines invade people's homes, or are attracted to people's homes, especially with habitat destruction. And we keep destroying, deforesting, and converting the landscapes. And so we're removing their natural habitat. And so then they're attracted to the lights, and they fly to homes and start smelling, us and our dogs and our cats. And, that's kind of how it happens. So we need to find T. cruzi in Cuba as well. Another place where Chagas was studied just a tiny bit, but is very interesting, is Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao. In the 1950s and 60s, there were studies that found triatamines in and around people's homes. They found them in chicken pens. They found infected animals. So T. cruzi, the parasite, was found in all 3 islands. And in Curacao, they found T. cruzi positive serology in humans. But again, it was sort of like a blip. The study happened, it was exciting, and then I don't know what happened, but it was never followed up with. I can say, this is my picture here. This is Triatoma maculata. This was my friend's mom, went on vacation to Bonaire and found this specimen in her gym bag that was sitting on the porch of their vacation home. And she sent it to me and said, "Is this the bug you study?" And I was like, oh my goodness. So this really is, it's out there, it's still there, it's still hanging out. And so that is another thing, another area that really merits further investigation. So then why, if these bugs are on these islands and people have been, why is there no data for any Caribbean island? And so really it's just sort of everything, we're humans, everything's a little bit political. And it's a situation where basically the official message from all these public health agencies is there's no Chagas in the Caribbean islands. And they say that because they say, yes, they acknowledge, yes, T. cruzi is there, yes, these triatamines are there, but it's strictly enzootic, meaning it's just staying to itself in the forest. Well, could be not, but we need to remember, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. And that's really a guiding tenet when you're studying Chagas disease. There are few studies. Could be not, but no one's looking. And so you can't say it's not there because you haven't looked for it. And then they say there's few clinical diagnoses. And this is really what it all boils down to is the clinical diagnoses. So what do you need for a clinical diagnosis to happen? You need the diagnoser to know what it is. And the problem is there's no one really knows about the disease. And so they're not going to diagnose something that they don't know about. So this is really what gets us into this, what I've termed this the endemism catch-22. And we're in this in the US too. All of these areas where we have triatamines, they're in people's homes, but they're not causing a huge, very flashy outbreak. And so we're stuck in this endemism catch-22, which is we say it's not endemic because there's no diagnosed cases. But how are cases diagnosed? Cases are diagnosed because cases need to be reported. When cases are reported, a disease endemism is declared, and then disease surveillance and public awareness happens, which leads to diagnosed cases. But so without any of these pieces, we need diagnosed cases. So that has to happen because the medical professionals need to know about the disease and the public needs to know about the disease. But that can't happen without diagnosed cases. And so you come in this catch-22 where we need to kind of somehow push past this to show, to get the medical awareness out, to get people to start diagnosing the cases, and then you can get out of this endemism catch-22. So how do you do that? So basically, to sum that up, in case that was a little bit unclear, without reported and recorded cases to public health agencies, it's not there. That's kind of how it goes. So how do we prove that a disease is endemic? Well, so right now we've gotten to the enzootic status. So that means we've found the pathogen, which is Trypanosoma cruzi. We've found the triatamine bugs, the vectors, and we found the mammal hosts. Great. So, but what do we need to prove it's endemic? We need diagnosed and reported human cases. That's how you get there. So how do we get there? Well, so things aren't as bad as it may seem because this is classic for Chagas disease. This here is Carlos Chagas himself, the Brazilian doctor who discovered Chagas disease in 1909. So he is the only person, to my knowledge, he did the famous quadruple discovery, which is he discovered the vector, he discovered the pathogen, he discovered it made mammals sick, and he discovered the human illness. But guess which order he did it in? He did it in the order that we are finding things today, which is you find the vector first, then you find the pathogen, then you find the mammals, and then you find the people. So we're not in such bad shape because we're still kind of on stages 1 and 2. So that's okay. So so the place that we're really trying to do this right now, and we've been working for the last 10 years, is Trinidad and Tobago. These slides are generally for people who are probably less familiar with the region than you are, so bear with me. Trinidad and Tobago, as we know, is this dual island nation, has over 1 million inhabitants, and Trinidad is the biggest island. The thing that makes it ecologically interesting and in terms of Chagas disease is that it's still geologically, it's on the South American continental shelf, meaning it's going to share a lot of the same flora and fauna with Venezuela, which is highly Chagas endemic. It has 6 species of Chagas vectors. So it has a lot, and it also I'm not the first person to think that it was interesting for Chagas disease. People have been looking at Chagas in Trinidad for a while. T. cruzi was first found in a rat in about, I want to say the 1950s in Trinidad. They were looking for something else. It was the Rockefeller lab looking for viruses, but they found T. cruzi by mistake. But even before that, the entomologists had found the bugs. So we've known about all the components for a long time. And in the 60s, there was a cardiologist named Boris Fistine who became interested because he saw a lot of cardiac patients who weren't conforming to the classic cardiomyopathy. I'm not a doctor, so I don't really know the terminology, cardiomyopathy symptoms. And so he thought, could this be Chagas? And so he went and he tested them and he found that a few of them were seropositive. So then he went to their homes and lo and behold, he found hundreds of vectors. He found half of them carrying T. cruci. So then he tried to do a sero survey. It was a survey of samples that were submitted for venereal disease testing. So he wanted to do just something that was a little bit not so biased as cardiac patients. And he found a pretty low, he found a prevalence. It was a pretty low prevalence, but he still found it. But then I don't know what happened, but maybe he retired, but nothing really happened until 1982. And then ecology PhD student found and named all the 6 vector species in Trinidad. And then in 1992, there was another sero survey, but again, of cardiac patients. So when we started this work in 2016, this was where we were. We said, okay, well, this looks like it's here, but I don't know, what's the current status of Chagas disease here? So we just started out with this really small study, super low budget, very low on everything. But we just basically wanted to know, are the vectors there? Where are they? How many are infected? Who are they feeding on? So let's describe the situation first, so then we know, where to go next. So we sampled over mainly the north central part of the island. We had 21 sites, 11 villages, and we used these mouse-baited traps in case. So the thing there's a lot of things that are complicated with studying Chagas disease, but one of the main things is that the vector is not abundant. In some scenarios, it is. But in these other scenarios, the vector is not abundant like it would be if you were catching mosquitoes or if you're catching, where you can just set out a trap and the next day you have 200 mosquitoes in your trap. That would never happen well, maybe in some places, but not here. This would never happen. Here you have to go to these crazy lengths to try to find the bugs. And in this case, we used what we call mouse-baited traps, which is a PVC pipe, and inside we put a little mouse, and then we give it all the comforts of home inside there. And then we put these really sticky double-sided carpet tape on the outside. And then the idea is that the bug smells the mouse, is hungry, and then lands on the pipe and gets stuck. So that's one way we caught them. Another way is we just went to lights because they're attracted to lights, and we grabbed them. And then the other way, and this is a great way that I use in a lot of places, community submissions. So really just spreading the word, and giving out instructions in a container and a glove so that, don't touch it with their hands. And so we got a lot of submissions this way. So we ended up, and also we ended up making an educational flyer because people were very interested and they wanted to know more. So we had an education part of it. So, and then we detected T. cruci. We can look at the excrement, and then we also could use PCR. And then we use blood meal analysis to identify what the vectors feed on, meaning like which animals. And I'm going to just go through this fast because I don't know how much time I have, but basically we can detect what hosts the bugs are feeding on by looking at the blood inside the bug's guts. So we extract the DNA and then we amplify it. We amplify a universally conserved vertebrate gene sequence in using that DNA, and then but the sequence can be used to distinguish between different animal hosts, and so then we align the sequences in GenBank, and essentially we can glean which animal species the bugs have been feeding on. And so we found 55 bugs. We only had a couple weeks to do it. So we found 55 bugs, and they were primarily this species called Panstrongylus geniculatus, which is a real stinker. I'll tell you about it in a second. There we found, sex breakdown was a little bit biased towards males, and we found them in these 5 sites. But the interesting thing is they were all human residences. We found in 2 of the 3 residential and peri-urban sites, we found bugs. 4 of 12 of the residential rural sites, but none of the forest patches. And this isn't because they weren't in the forest patches, it's just because we didn't search the right places. This is one of the things that's tough about the bugs is they're not evenly distributed throughout the landscape. They cluster. So if you don't find that cluster, it kind of seems like they're not there. So we found that 46 out of the 55 were infected with Trypanosoma cruzi, which is it seems if this were dengue and that was the mosquito prevalence, we'd be terrified. We'd never leave our house. But remember, they transmit the parasite through their poop, and it's extremely inefficient. Um, so does someone have their hand up, or is that saying I'm out of time?
That's your time check.
Okay, cool. Um, I'll wrap it up in a sec. So, this picture here is Trypanosoma cruzi in the bug's excrement there. So that's kind of what it looks like in a Giemsa stain. So also, this is just some more, if when we had the excrement on a slide, like this is actually what you see when you look at the slide. And so we found that the 57% of the bugs had fed on humans. That was the most common food source. The others were these wild animals. And then mostly chickens, so that kind of tracks with the humans because the chickens generally are near where the humans are. So basically, it was we to answer our biggest question. It seemed like Chagas and vectors infected with T. cruzi were in human homes and biting people. And we thought, okay, they're most likely exposed to T. cruzi. We need to study this more. And so the other thing is that this species, Panstrongylus geniculatus, it's adapting. It's incredibly plastic in terms of the way that it used to be sylvatic and now it's a cosmopolitan species. It's being found in big cities. It's Caracas, Cochabamba. It's being found in people's homes. And so it's a real threat. And it's also a threat because it's implicated in what's called oral transmission, which is where a bug gets into some juice or something and then people drink the parasite. And that is really a lot more of a severe disease because you get a lot more of a infectious dose. So this species is a real problem. And so this started our larger project that we're still doing now, and it's Rod Supal, Dr. Rod Supal is doing it as his PhD thesis because he needed even more letters after his name. But he's done an amazing job and he's collected a ton of data. And we looked at canine. He looked at canine Chagas in Trinidad. Canine Chagas is a real problem. These dogs, because as people know, dogs like to eat bugs a lot. And so they tend to eat the vectors and they have a very similar disease course as humans. And so they tend to connect also, like the animals circulating the parasite in the forest are sort of connected by the dogs. They connect the sylvatic cycle with domestic cycle. So we found canine Chagas in Trinidad. We looked through almost 4,000 case reports. We found 15 cases. This is a picture of T. cruzi in canine blood. This is a picture of a puppy that died at 5 weeks old. These are the mastigotes in the heart tissue, and it was PCR positive for T. cruzi. This is a picture of an adult hound diagnosed in 2020, and it had chronic myocarditis, and it was PCR positive. And then this is a video from 2019 of a 18-month-old foxhound, and it had this hind limb paralysis. So we suspected that it was Chagas myelitis because it was PCR positive for Chagas. So this is just a video of what it looked like.
You going to move? Bring him back on the center there. And just stand up. Raise him up again, ma'am.
So it's pretty sad in dogs. And if you want to know more, all the cases were quite variable in terms of the breed and the age, but there's some very interesting things. So here's a little QR code if you want to read our paper about this was the first report of canine Chagas disease in Trinidad. And lastly, I'll say what's next and what's needed. Well, what's next? We're currently writing up our knowledge, attitude, and practice survey results in humans to try to understand, what's known and what's needed in terms of education. Rod also measured the Chagas in wildlife, and we've found since we started triatamines in Tobago. And so this is what's next for Trinidad and Tobago. I'll just point out, and this is we wrote a review of a very in-depth spanning review of everything that's known about Chagas and everything that's been studied related to Chagas in Trinidad and Tobago. And this is from from that paper. Basically, Trinidad and Tobago, the average blood bank T. cruzi prevalence is higher than 8 countries that are considered to be endemic for Chagas, and yet Trinidad is not endemic for Chagas. And so who cares? Why do we care if it's endemic? It's just a label, but it's not. This is the thing. It brings resources. When you're endemic, you bring resources. You get resources. You get drug donations from Bayer. You get currently there's no way to get tested in the country except for blood bank detection. It raises awareness. It releases us from this endemism catch-22. And so that's really kind of what I've been preaching for the last 10 years. And so if anyone's interested in this paper, this was a real labor of love at this Chagas season Trinidad and Tobago call to action. So yeah, with that, I just like to thank colleagues at University of the West Indies and St. Augustine, Rod, who's an amazing clinician and colleague, and then other people who are on his PhD committee, Azad and Adesh. And then at the University of Georgia, Nicole Gottdenker, she's a veterinary pathologist and an amazing ecologist. So with that, I'll take questions.
Well, thank you so much. I'm seeing reactions already, lots of hearts, lots of applause, even during your presentation, lots of big bug eyes of shock. The
I know, I
information that you
noticed
were
that.
giving, unbelievable, So thank you so much. And I'm going to check out my Q&A. I see.
I know I saw 40 comments. I wasn't able to see the chat
Lots of
during it.
comments.
So
I'll try to go through them for you. But before the chat, let's get to a question for you that
okay,
says,
great.
how does the excrement get into the host through a bite?
That's a really good question. It can happen through a number of ways. So the pathogen cannot cross your skin. It has to. So some people say it happens because you scratch the bite and then you make a little hole and it gets in. But a lot of people say that it's because you either rub your eye, you like scratch it, and it leaves some of its excrement on you, and then you rub your eye or you rub your nose or some sort of mucous membrane. If it's a kid, you suck your thumb. So that's why it's very inefficient, but it does happen, and it happens a lot when people are sleeping, and so they're sort of doing things without realizing it, as we're sleeping. So that's mainly how.
Yes, I remember learning about this in school, and they said it was the kissing bug disease.
Yeah, that it has a lot of different names.
Mm-hmm. So I'll just share some of the comments that were happening while you were presenting.
Okay.
I see one that said something like Jurassic Park, which I think is related to the
Amber.
bug in the amber.
Yeah.
I'm seeing that the mammal that you're referring to, the Jamaicans have a version of it called a coney. I think the
Okay.
English word is coney as well.
Interesting.
What mind-blowing? Where here was it found? I think somebody actually answered that in the chat as well. I think that was where in Jamaica were those bugs found.
Simone knows the answer. They say the Highland. I read the Highlands and Manchester. Is that right?
Yeah, I think Dr. Koenig wrote it down in the chat later
Yeah.
on. And somebody said, maybe we don't have that disease so much because bugs are killed as we see them. We stomp them dead.
Well, I think that's a universal human behavior.
And then, right, somebody answered from the 1977 Maldonado and Farr reference, T. rubro-fasciata was collected in Hope Gardens, and N. obscura specimen was collected in Mandeville.
Manda, yes, that's what I got the
And
man.
and then somebody else said, if homes had so many, maybe a house need a good cleaning. And then, of
Maybe.
course, the Jamaicans in the room are doing their typical insect reaction, which is, oh, Lord, oh, Lord. And somebody said pressure. These are Caribbean ways to say, oh my God, this is so scary. That kind of thing. And somebody else said, the movie about the boy in the bubble is calling to me. So they want to become the boy in the bubble. And
Yeah.
and someone else said, Eric Stoll said they didn't know that the disease even existed. Look at that.
Yeah. A lot of people don't.
So very informative and excellent presentation. And we just want to thank you so much for the work that you're doing. I know Rod. Rod was my teacher.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, many people here know Rod very well.
Oh, he's incredible.
So, Dr. Sue Paul, I'm not supposed to call him Rod too.
Oh, I do that too.
But
One thing, I see that a couple people said that they think they've seen them. If you ever think you see it, snap a picture and email it to me. I can tell you right out that there's a lot of lookalikes. I'll tell you that. But if you ever think you see it, I'll put my email here in the chat. It's just 3 letters, JKP, and then at
all right.
ul.edu.
There is and I think they're called reduvids.
Yeah.
Right. So there's another type of reduvid I think we have here that's
Oh,
generally
a
red and
lot.
white, and is it that they walk around and stick their butts together?
Oh, I don't know. But the reduvids, there's 8,000 species of reduvids.
Oh,
And
okay.
so this is why I can't even tell you how many emails I get from people panicking. And 9 times out of 10, it's not the kissing bug.
All
But
right.
there's a lot of lookalikes, so it gets confusing. But definitely snap a picture. I can tell you in 30 seconds or 3 seconds, basically, if it's that.
Awesome. Thank you. And I see one question from Dr. Cadogan.
Yeah.
Yeah, just very quickly. When are you coming to Jamaica?
Whenever I'm invited.
Okay,
But
because
what does
we
this
certainly
mean?
need to check this out, because I mean, all us vets who see, dogs with cardiomyopathy,
Yeah.
we start thinking right now, could this be the source? So
It's a great, I mean, I'm a big fan of using what you already got, so if you have, a bunch of some tissue samples or you're already taking I'm not a vet, so I don't know the terminology, but when you slice the heart and look at the cross cutting, if you're already doing it, you might as well check.
yeah, but I think we have some blood samples that we can do some serology on.
Yeah. We're
Right?
starting to do that.
Okay,
Yep.
good. Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right.
All
Thank you
right.
so
Thank you
much.
so
All
much.
right. Thank you so
Dr.
much, everybody.
Peterson. Thank you. Thank
you.
It was a wonderful presentation. I am inadvertently scratching my face and thinking about it and going, no. So
Just
have a good
remember, it's
evening.
unless you'd know if they were infesting your house. So
No, I
you're
know.
fine.
No, I know.
I spend like half my career trying to comfort people. Like, you're fine. It's okay.
All right. Have a good day. Have a
Thank you.
good
You too.
day. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I believe our next presentation is going to be equally as interesting with an insect that we see even more of than the reduvid bug. So let me get to my presenter notes so that I can read her introduction for you. Because what is going to happen next is a presentation by Simone Sandiford called The Yard Tick Project. And we know that we've seen ticks. So
You got muted. Oh,
who muted me?
I don't know. We lost you for a few seconds.
Oh, I have to say my whole neighborhood is complaining about my internet tonight, so I've been kicked off twice now. Okay, so Dr. Simone Sandiford is a lecturer in the Department of Basic Medical Sciences at the University of the West Indies, Mona. She earned her PhD in molecular and cellular pharmacology from the University of Miami, and this was followed by a postdoctoral research fellowship in molecular entomology at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. Her research integrates pharmacology, entomology, molecular biology, and virology, and involves mechanistic studies on plant-based biopesticides for vector control and pathogen surveillance in mosquitoes and ticks. Originally from Trinidad and Tobago, and now currently residing in Jamaica, almost make me feel like I want to try an accent now. She is passionate about enhancing the research capacity in vector biology throughout the region so that more effective data-driven control methods can be implemented. That was my best bad Trini accent. So please, without further ado, put the reactions together for Dr. Simone Sandiford.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you're seeing my screen. Thank you so much for that, including the bad Trini accent, but we'll take it. So today I'm going to be talking to you guys about the Ticks project, which is a collaborative project between the University of the West Indies, Mona campus, and our colleagues at State University of New York in upstate. When I was putting together this proposal, this presentation, I came across this picture and it really struck me because we never see anything like this in Jamaica or frankly anywhere else in the Caribbean. And so this is a picture taken from somewhere in the US where of course there's this huge tick problem as we know. And the reality of it is that when we think of vector-borne diseases in Jamaica and also in the wider Caribbean, we primarily only focus on mosquitoes. And I am not knocking mosquitoes because we know they cause huge issues. I research mosquitoes. But as Dr. Peterson also just highlighted, we have other vectors out there that we're neglecting and we really need to pay more attention to. So as it relates to the United States, ticks are a huge issue, and some estimates suggest that up to 90% of all vector-borne diseases in the United States are actually caused by ticks. We all know and we're all familiar with Lyme disease, and they don't really have great estimates, but again, some of them suggest that nearly as many as 500,000 cases a year of Lyme disease occur in the US. In addition to that, they also have cases of anaplasmosis in humans, babiosis in humans, and a lot of other tick-borne related illnesses that are reported every year. Economically speaking, ticks are also a huge issue. I read a paper, that was the best thing that I could find, which said that nearly up to $20 billion in losses because of tick-borne pathogens occur, and up to $3 billion of those is just because of tick infestations. So the reality of the situation, big problems. We need to pay more attention to them and we need to see what is happening. So first of all, I'm going to start off by talking a little bit about ticks. So contrary to popular belief, ticks are actually not insects, they are arachnids, more closely related to things like spiders and mites. Ticks, they're going to have 4 developmental stages. You're going to have your eggs, your larva, your nymph, and your adult. And please note that the larva, the nymph, and the adults all require a blood meal. And so it's in this process of the ticks trying to get a blood meal, trying to feed, they're going to have these pathogens that they're going to acquire, and these pathogens are going to go on, infect the host, and cause some kind of disease. Here, I'm showing the life cycle of a tick that is very common here in Jamaica. It's a cattle tick called Rhiphocephalus microplus. And we see examples over on the right-hand side. And so what happens with this tick, it's called a one-host tick. And this is because an engorged female is going to lay eggs in the grass, and these eggs are going to hatch and become larvae. And these larvae are what Jamaicans commonly refer to as grass lice. And so when the cow goes out into the field to eat, the ticks are going to attach to the cow. The ticks are then going to spend the rest of their lives on this one host, the cow, and go through the entire life cycle. Here, as I mentioned before, is an example of some of these particular ticks that we collected throughout our collections. And you would see that these females were engorged, and after a couple of days, they laid eggs in the bags. And a couple of weeks after that, I had a couple of bags full of larvae. So all these tiny little dots there, 100 of larvae right there in that particular bag, which was kind of very disturbing. So a little bit about more about ticks. So ticks actually, they have 3 families, but for our interest, we only care about 2 families because one family consists of only 1 species and is only found in Africa. So for us, we care about hard ticks, which is Ixodia, and soft ticks, Alcacidae. And so hard ticks are so named because they have this hard exoskeleton plate. They also have visible, what we call mouth part, or the head part of the tick. And so from the dorsal view, you can see that. Soft ticks, in contrast, they look very, kind of leathery appearance, and you can't see the mouthpieces from the top. You can only see them from the ventral view. There are also a couple of other differences between our hard and our soft ticks. For example, I just highlighted that Rhiphocephalus microplus is a 1-host ticks. For hard ticks, we can have up to 3 hosts, whereas with soft ticks, you tend to have multiple different hosts. With hard ticks, for example, the females are going to take 1 blood meal, and then they're going to have 1 massive egg laying event where they lay thousands of eggs and then they die. Soft ticks, on the other hand, they are going to feed multiple times and they can lay eggs multiple times also. And for the hard ticks, you normally have 1 blood meal per stage, whereas the soft ticks, you're going to have multiple blood meals per stage. And so different ticks, as you can imagine, are going to parasitize different types of animals, which I'm going to highlight in a bit. So we know that ticks are a problem. We know that veterinarians especially, they see ticks all the time. They're going to be affecting our companion animals, our livestock animals. And if you look in the literature, you'd see that ticks and tick-borne diseases, this is nothing new in Jamaica. In fact, I found studies going back as far as 1940s, where they're highlighting acaricide resistance within the Jamaican tick population. And of course, as a reminder, they use acaricides because ticks are arachnids. Also, when you're looking in the literature, you'd see multiple reports of diseases that affect animals, babiosis, anaplasmosis, equine pyroplasmosis. All these reports have happened over the years. And in 1950, the most comprehensive survey to date on ticks in Jamaica was published. And again, I'm saying 1950. Since then, no comprehensive work on ticks in Jamaica has been published. Now, I'm not disputing that within certain communities, people might have done some work and people know a little bit more about ticks, but the reality is when you look at the published literature, there is nothing out there. So when I look from 1990 to now, complete massive data gap. And so this is one of the reasons why we really wanted to do this project, so that we'll have a better idea of what is happening. Because as you can well imagine, from 1950 to now, things most likely have changed. So a couple of months ago, a colleague and myself, we went to the Natural Museum of Jamaica, in the Institute of Jamaica, Natural History Museum, and they were kind enough to let us see these ticks that were collected during this comprehensive survey. And please let me bring your attention to when these ticks were actually collected in 1947. So yes, these are all the ticks that we have, and they're there since 1947. So as I said already, things have changed. So we want to know what is happening now. So based on that 1947 collection period, 1950 survey, Jamaica was reported to have 11 tick species. We know that they probably have many more than that because, again, things have changed. And so in my little schematic right now, I want to kind of bring the point that, of course, different ticks are going to be affecting different organisms. So here, for example, I spoke about Rhiphocephalus microplus, which is the cattle tick. That's the one you're going to commonly find on cows, etc. We have our dog tick, Rhiphocephalus sanguinus, which is the one we're going to find on our companion animals. We have particular ticks that are going to affect horses, the Dermacenta nitens. I'm also showing, for example, things like Ambiloba maculatum, which is a 3-host tick that likes to parasitize smaller mammals for the infant stages, the larva and maybe sometimes the nymph, and adults like cows and horses for the adult stages. We also have ticks that are going to parasitize reptiles. So you're going to have ticks on lizards, you're going to have ticks on snakes, they have ticks everywhere. And then as far as our soft ticks are concerned, in Jamaica, we have ticks that are going to parasitize chickens, ticks that are going to parasitize bats, there are ticks all over the place. And so in this slide too, I'm only really highlighting some of the main hosts. They have other hosts. And please note that some of these ticks can also affect us humans. We are not the definitive host, but some of them can affect us and cause problems. So for example, our common dog tick, Rhizosyphilis sanguinus, those can affect humans. Rhizosyphilis microplus, they've had cases of those affecting humans. And some of these others here, they've had cases of them affecting humans. Also note that when this work was done in the 1940s, this was before the advent of molecular biology. So since then, what has been determined is that our dog ticks, for example, is actually a species complex of 12 different species. So we're really not sure which one or which ones we have here. So that's one of the goals of our project. Another tick here also, this is another species complex. Which one or ones we have here, we need to figure it out. And so again, more reason why we need to do this work. In addition to that now, all the work in Jamaica regarding ticks has to do with animals. If you look here, you would see that in this slide, I'm highlighting tick-borne pathogens that have been shown to affect human health in Central America and the Caribbean. And please draw your attention to Jamaica. Similar to what Dr. Peterson just said, absence of reporting does not mean that something does not occur. If you look at other Caribbean islands around us, you would see that multiple islands have reported tick-borne pathogens that have been affecting human health. For example, if you look to the north in Cuba, Cuba has reported a tick-borne pathogen, Borrelia burgdorferi sensu-lato, which is the bacterial pathogen that causes Lyme disease. So they have this Lyme borreliosis type disease that is in Cuba. Whether it's truly Lyme disease, not for certain, but there's something very similar that is there. Cuba has also reported Q fever along with Puerto Rico. Some of the other islands in the Eastern Caribbean, they have reported African tick bite fever. And when you look more towards the Southern Caribbean, in Trinidad and in Grenada and some of the other islands, they have reported something called Southern Tick Associated Rash Illness, which is this other Lyme disease-like illness, but it's caused by a different pathogen, Borrelia lone-stari. So our neighbors have reported tick-borne illnesses, and this is just within the Caribbean. I'm not even highlighting what has been reported in Central America. We know we have ticks. We in Jamaica probably have more going on. We just are not reporting it, and we just need to do a little bit more work. So this is really and truly where the idea of the Yard Ticks project came about. So this is something that we've conceptualized at least since 2022. We've conceptualized this a while ago. And it came about because the fact that we have reports of tick-borne diseases in animals. We know that we have tick-borne diseases affecting humans within the region. We know we have multiple species of ticks in Jamaica. And we know that there are a lot of them here that we don't even know about. But some of the ones that are here, we know that they can affect our animals and they could also impact humans. And lastly, while we were conducting another study, this was a study we're doing on Diphilera immitis, which is heartworm in dogs. And that is caused by a parasitic worm, which is transmitted by mosquitoes. So while we were going around doing that study, we kept getting numerous requests from persons who were interacting with the vets. Some of the people in the security field were asking us, well, what about ticks? Because ticks were such a huge problem. So based on all that, as I said, we conceptualized the study in about 2022. And it's taken a while to get to this point, but we're finally at the point where things have actually started to get going. And this is what we really want to talk to you guys about today. So the Yard Ticks team comprises of myself. I'm the pharmacologist, vector biologist, Dr. Wilson Clark, our pharmacist, Professor John Lindo, our parasitologist, of course, Mr. One Health, Dr. Paul Cadogan, and last but not least, Professor Saravana Thangamani, who is a world-renowned vector biologist and tick expert. And so he is our collaborator at SUNY Upstate, and it's been because of his guidance and his patience and his, just really helping us out that it's really allowed us to get this project off the ground. And so we are very grateful for his help. And so the aims of our project are as follows. We want to be able to document the tick species across Jamaica. Yes, we're focusing on ticks of public health concern, but really and truly, if you give us ticks that you got from a snake or a lizard or I don't know, anything like that, we'll take it. We want to see because we want to get a better idea of what ticks you find where. So if you look at the old literature, you would see that they had a distribution pattern with some of the ticks that had been previously reported in Jamaica. We want to know, is that still the case? Has that changed? What is happening? We want to very importantly also be able to identify what tick-borne pathogens are in our ticks. And these, of course, we're going to be primarily focusing on pathogens that we know can affect our animals, and of course, pathogens that we know can affect humans. We wish we can screen for every pathogen in the world, but we don't have the resources for that right now. So I will tell you in a bit which pathogens we're going to be focusing on to start with. Eventually, too, we want to look for maybe novel pathogens. And so the idea is once we collect the homogenate, I'm going to talk about all that, we're going to save some of that and we're going to have it in our biobank so we can always go back and screen our samples later on if funding allows and we have a need to save for something. And last but not least, we want to really and truly assess what is the status as far as acaricide resistance. So I've told you already, we have known since the 1940s that some of the ticks here are just completely resistant to certain classes of acaricides. There are a couple of reports a couple of years ago in the Jamaican Observer talking about farmers bathing themselves in supermethrin and bathing their cattle in supermethrin because it's just not working how it's supposed to. The reality of the situation is ticks evolve like everything else. And so what's probably happening is that, they have genetic signatures that now enable them to confer resistance to what is being used to control them. So we want to get a better idea of what is happening so that we can guide our farmers, let them know it does not make any sense using this class of acaricide because it's just not going to work. So to do this project and to, achieve our specific aims, we, of course, need to get ticks. And so to do this, we're going to have two methods, and we've started already. So one method is to do active surveillance. And here, this means that the UE team, we go out to farms, we go out to people who have animals, we go out where we're invited, and we're going to collect ticks. And we're using a number of methods that Professor Tangamani showed us when he came to visit and train us in 2023 now. But the reality of the situation is that is a very labor-intensive and logistically challenging and painful process. And so the reality of our situation is that we are really and truly relying on what we're going to be calling passive surveillance to get us ticks for this project. And for passive surveillance, we are looking to use citizen science. And in a nutshell, what we're doing here is we are asking John and Jane public to, hey, help us out. If you have ticks, send them to us. We're going to test them for free. We want to know what ticks are here in Jamaica so that we can better guide you as far as ticks and tick-borne diseases. And so this is something that we are mirroring after what Professor Tangamani has done in New York. So he runs this citizen science tick testing program in New York. And so we are adapting that to our Jamaican setting. So for this passive surveillance citizen science project, we have designed bags, collection bags. And here we have a QR code, and you can go ahead and scan the QR code and it should take you to our website. And so our bag clearly states the instructions as far as what to do with the tick when you find the tick. So we're asking people, you get your ticks. We want all ticks from one host in one bag. So let's say, for example, you have 3 dogs in your house. You're going to collect all the ticks from dog 1 in one bag, all the ticks from dog 2 in another bag, and all the ticks from dog 3 in another bag. And then we're asking people to put a slightly damp, not soaking, just slightly damp piece of paper towel in the bag with the ticks so that you can provide some kind of moisture. If you can't do the slightly damp piece of paper towel, you can even put a blade of grass. The ticks will be happy, play with the blade of grass. They're going to live for weeks, if not months. They'll be quite fine. And then we're asking you to go to the website, scan this QR code, and upload information about the ticks so that we can better be able to figure out, where you found the ticks and what is happening. Then we're asking that either these ticks are mailed to us or we can arrange collection at some point in time. And so for the tick submission process, as I said, remove the ticks from the animals, complete the submission process, and mail them into us. Or as I said, depending on the location or the situation, we can potentially try to arrange pickup. So here's our website. And we're thanking Dr. Tangamani again because, he just basically cloned his website to help us give us one here. This is still a work in progress. We're going to be adding more tabs as we go along, but we just really wanted to start getting going, and that's why this is what we're working with right now. And so you're going to go to the website, and you can go to the website via the QR code. And when you go to the website, and I'm going to go back to the website quickly, you're going to go to the tick submission tab, and it's going to take you to this form. And this tick submission tab is going to be asking you a series of questions, and we're asking that people, fill them out to the best of your ability, because the more information that we have, the more data that we're going to have to be able to go back and provide to the general public. So the first thing we're going to be asking is whether or not this tick that you're submitting to us, whether it was attached to a human or an animal. And then if the answer is yes, the default options are going to be dog or cat. If it's other, then this other drop-down box is going to come down. And, we were just kind of thinking of what animals people might encounter, and we probably didn't cover everything. So in that case, you're going to just, if your animal of interest is not there, then please, we're asking kindly, just select other. There's a box. So tell us exactly what the other is, what animal you got it from. So in addition to that, now we want to know where the ticks were formed. And here, of course, we're complying with the Data Protection Act. We don't want to know everybody's business, exactly where you're living, but we want to know the parish and maybe the community. And this is really important because we want to be able to then map the ticks so that you can have a better idea of what ticks we're finding where. So if you want, and if your area does have a street name, that would be great. That level of information will be even better as far as the resolution. But if not, just a community will be fine enough. But at the very least, we're asking that people provide the parish. Then now we have some other optional questions based on number one. If it is all the ticks, for example, if it was one tick, then these questions are easy to fill out. If it was a group of ticks, then we're asking if all the ticks were found maybe in one part of, let's say, the animal, for example, if all the ticks were found maybe around the ears, then that's great. Then you could then go ahead and fill out these optional questions. Okay, because again, more information that we get, the better off we're going to be. And then we're even giving people the option to submit the email address so that you can retrieve the results when they're ready. Now, the caveat here is I'm going to tell you, it's going to take a while, and I'm going to explain why, but you have the option to supply your email address if you choose to do so. Last but not least, we have a box here for additional comments, and this is really especially important for our vets. And we're really hoping that we get the support of our veterinary community here. And here we would love if the vets, for example, because I know you all do rapid tests for, things like anaplasmosis, etc. in the dogs. So it'd be great that, let's say, for example, you have an animal that you've done a rapid test and the dog is positive, and then that dog also has ticks. Then if you could put that kind of information in the additional comments, that would be great. I can give you another example. So a couple of months ago, I was in Westmoreland. There was a tick randomly on a table, like in somebody's house. And why is the tick there? It turns out that there was a bunch of plantain that were there before. And when they picked up the plantain, the tick was there. But the plantain actually came from St. Elizabeth. So when I submitted to the tick portal, I made a note that yes, the tick was in Westmoreland, but the plantain actually came from St. Elizabeth. So any additional information that you want to provide, we're taking it. We'll be most grateful. It really will help to guide other things later on. So as far as our testing is concerned, so the yard ticks testing lab is going to be consisting of 2 phases. So we at UB are going to be doing some of the work, and then our colleagues at SUNY Upstate are going to be doing the rest. Now, in a perfect world, we will be doing everything at the University of the West Indies Mona campus. But the reality of the situation is we just do not currently have the infrastructure. So instead of delaying the project anymore, we've decided to kind of split the workload. So we at UB, we are responsible for decontaminating the ticks. So we get the ticks, we dunk them in alcohol, we're going to identify them to species, and then we're going to crush them up in a reagent, split the sample, and send some of the sample to SUNY Upstate. At Upstate now, our collaborators are going to then extract the nucleic acids from the tick. And if that tick is infected with a pathogen, the nucleic acids from the pathogen will going to be extracted too. And then they have designed an assay for us that is looking to detect 12 tick-borne pathogens. And I'm going to talk about that in a second. And then last but not least, of course, we're going to disseminate the results. So deciding which tick-borne pathogens to start with now really and truly took a lot of back and forth, and I'm really grateful to Dr. Cadogan for leading the charge with that with his veterinary friends and colleagues. And so these are the group of pathogens that we have decided to focus on for the initial start of this project. As I said before, the reality of the situation is this is a free testing program that we're offering, but it comes at a cost. And so even though we'd love to test for every single thing in the world, we can't do it at this point in time. So we are starting with these, but if there is need to test for other things in the future, we, number one, still have the samples, and number two, we can, again, go ahead and start having conversations with our colleagues at Upstate to see if maybe we could tweak the assays to design detection for something else. So this is all going to be molecular detection. And as you can note, most of these are going to be pathogens that are going to be affecting our animals. Of course, here we're going to have the pathogen that is responsible for Lyme disease. We also have something that is responsible for African tick bite fever, because that has been reported in some of the other Caribbean islands. But also note that some of these pathogens that are known to cause diseases in animals are also zoonotic. So something like Anaplasma phagocytophilium, that is a zoonotic pathogen, and the cases in the US that have reported anaplasmosis in humans, many times it's been because of this particular pathogen. So this is what we're going to be focusing on for now. It's a start, but eventually, if we have more funding, if we have reason to, we can screen for other things. So as far as our tick testing lab, as I mentioned before, our SUNY Upstate collaborators are going to be the ones doing all the heavy lifting for that. And as I said, they currently run a well-oiled machine because they have been doing this for a number of years. State-of-the-art facilities. They're the ones, as I said before, they have designed the assay for us. They're finalizing a couple of things for us. And we are in great hands, and we're really, really excited for this tick testing to start to take place. So in addition to the submission form that you guys see, on the back end, there's a laboratory form that we see, because we're going to be receiving these ticks. And remember, every bag might potentially have multiple ticks. And you can also potentially have multiple stages of the ticks, because at this point in time, whereas we would prefer, adults or maybe nymph, because those are the main stages that implicated in pathogen transmission, we are going to take any stage. So if you send us larvae, that's fine. If you send us eggs, that's fine too, because all that information will be noted. So on the back end with the lab form, we know when we're testing, we have to decide, well, what species of tick was it? I mentioned before that Rhizocephalus sanguinus is a species complex, so we have some of the other members of the species complex inside here. We also have some other ticks, like, for example, Amblyomma variegatum, which is not supposed to be in Jamaica, but who knows, it's in some of the other Caribbean islands. So we'll be looking to see if any of the ones that we get are going to be any of these things. And we have an option here about whether or not we should consider sequencing, doing further molecular work on particular ticks. And this is going to be really important, especially for those ticks that belong to these different species complex, which means morphologically they're looking very identical, but they differ molecularly. So we might pull aside a couple of these to do further sequencing so that we have a better idea, and we're 100% sure that it is what we think it is. So this is some of the information on the back end of what we're going to be doing. In addition to that, now we also want to know information about whether or not the tick was fed, whether it was unfed, whether it was partially fed, what was the life stage of the tick. All this is information that we're going to be collecting on our end. We're going to also note whether or not the tick had a blood meal, because the plan is if the tick does have a blood meal, we're going to actually squeeze out the blood meal and save that separately for further projects later on. We want to note whether or not the tick was submitted to us alive or dead, because that is going to have implications regarding whether or not the pathogens within the tick, whether or not they're still alive. So for molecular work, it doesn't matter if they're alive or dead. It's fine. We're going to detect them either way. But if, for example, we want to culture, we want to grow, we want to see what's inside there, because maybe we want to do further tests, then ideally we need the pathogen alive. So from the get-go, we need to note whether or not, from whichever ticks, whether or not the tick was alive or dead, and whether or not the tick was desiccated. So all this is the kind of information that we're recording on our end from the ticks that are going to be submitted to us. Also, too, as I mentioned before, we are looking for 12 pathogens at this case. So these are the 12 pathogens that we're going to be looking for. And if we test a tick and they're positive for none, that's fine too. We're just going to click none. We're also going to be looking, as I mentioned before, our acaricide resistance. So how acaricides work, they're going to have different target sites. And so if you look in the literature, look at different reports, similar to what happens with mosquitoes and insecticides, different target sites are going to have mutations within the tick, and that is why the acaricide is not working as effectively as it should have. So here listed, we have quite a number of different target sites for acaricides that we are going to be looking at to evaluate what is the status as far as resistance is concerning our ticks, especially resistance to the commonly used acaricides with known mechanism of action, which are going to come in here, that are going to be used in Jamaica. So the project has started. So far, we have 30 tick submissions, not only 30 ticks, because remember, every bag, we can have multiple ticks in each bag. So we have 30 submissions to date. And really grateful to Dr. Cadogan because he's the one who is primarily responsible for the submissions to date. So I'm really encouraging people to please, if you have ticks, let us know. We will happily arrange to get you guys some bags so that we can start collecting the ticks. We can start generating data. We can get this project really, really going because we're really excited at the possibilities and what can come out of this project. So as far as our outcomes, we really and truly, as I said, the goal here is to create a dashboard. I'll give you an example of the dashboard in the next slide, which is what they have done in Upstate. And we are going to be mirroring something like that. We don't believe in reinventing the wheel. We're doing something that has worked previously. We're just adjusting it to our Jamaican setting. So we want to have a dashboard about the distribution of tick species. We want to, of course, note the pathogens of public health concern. As part of our dashboard too, we're going to highlight the acaricide resistance, what target was, resistant, what popped up in the screen. All that information is going to be available in our dashboard. As far as other outcomes are concerned, we have a brochure, which I'm going to also highlight shortly, to let people know about the program, to educate people. We're looking to publish things like technical reports, etc., as needed. And of course, scientific manuscripts. I mean, we're scientists, the reality of the situation, we work at the university. So we want to plug this data void that is currently existing with ticks and tick-borne diseases. If you look at all the other Caribbean islands, not all, but many of them, they're doing great work, especially the French Caribbean, especially down in Trinidad. A lot of great work is coming out on ticks and tick-borne diseases. So it's time that we in Jamaica catch up, and we want to start plugging that gap. We love to do outreach. We love to meet with people. We love to engage the community. It's very important to get people on board, to let people know about the importance of looking at tick and tick-borne diseases. We tend to disregard these things in this part of the world, but awareness and education is key. And so that is something that we're really looking at. Our goal is to eventually have some kind of social media campaign. We're not there yet. If anybody has any suggestions or want to help with that, sure, we're taking as much help as we can. But for now, we're into smaller engagement settings, seminars, etc. And last but not least, we plan to have our stakeholder meeting and our end of project report. So this project, we met with a couple of stakeholders at the end of 2024. And we really and truly did not get things going until late 2025. But when we initially met with the stakeholders, the plan was for the first tranche of this project, where we're offering this free testing, etc., we wanted to collect for the entire 2025 and the beginning of 2026. We were really pushed back for a number of reasons, mainly financial. Then the bags came late, and then Melissa came, so we've gotten pushed back. But nevertheless, we are excited. We want to get things going. And so the goal now is to collect within 2026 into 2027 and have our end of project report stakeholders meeting at the mid 2027. So here's our brochure. So here our brochure tells people about the Arctics program, tells people how they can benefit, tell people, who we're targeting. We're targeting, as I said, John and Jane public, but in particular groups like veterinarians. We're targeting people who spend time outdoor. We're targeting farmers, anybody who, any reason to have ticks. We want you because we want your ticks. In the brochure, we also inform people how to safely remove ticks. We tell you how to participate. And on the inside of the brochure, we have a nice infographic kind of, going through and explaining the entire progress. So last but not least, this is an example of what the Thangamani Lab has done and continues to do with their tick-borne citizen science project in upstate New York. We want to replicate this for Jamaica. So to do this, we need information. So if you look, you can see, for example, how many human tick encounters have been tested, how many distinct species they have found, how many of these were positive for at least one pathogen, which pathogen they have identified, which tick species they have found, and the numbers of these species, and also the different life stages that have been submitted. We would also have an additional tab having to do with, as I said, the acaricide resistance. There is no reason we cannot do this for Jamaica. We want to do this, but we need your support and we need your help. So in summary, the Yard Ticks program is a recently launched program that is really relying on citizen science to create awareness about ticks and tick-borne diseases. And we really want to strengthen research on ticks and tick-borne diseases in the country. And so the idea is that data that we obtain from the program is going to really and truly help to drive policies, especially as it pertains to use of acaricides, etc., in Jamaica. So for acknowledgements, want to thank our tick submitters, and here, of course, particularly Dr. Cadogan, because he's really been championing this cause. We're really grateful to the persons at the National History Museum who allowed us to come and see the ticks, and we will be working with them. So if we go out in the field and if we find ticks that they do not have in their collection, we will, of course, provide them samples so that they have this in their collection. I'm grateful to my colleagues, members of the Yard Ticks team, of course, the Thangamani Lab, and of course, the donors who have come on board as of now. We're always in need of more donors, but we are most grateful for the ones who have come on board to date. So thank you very much, and I am happy to take any questions.
All right, all right. I see reactions already happening. I see some hand clapping. I see some, what is that? Celebration. All these kind of things, love and hearts. Thank you so much, Dr. Sandiford, for your presentation. It has been lots of glowing reviews coming out of the chat for you. And of course the comments, ticks wanted, dead or alive. Do you? Yeah, I don't think you want the dead ones. You want dead ones?
We'll take it. Dead ticks, alive ticks, we'll take it. We want ticks. If they could only give us dead, we'll take them. We want all ticks. We want them.
Even one person saying, is there a video telling people how to remove them so that you don't get half mashed specimens?
That's great. That's a good suggestion. We can actually make a video and put it on the website. That's an excellent suggestion. Thank you for that. That's an excellent suggestion.
Yes, there you go. So awesome presentation. Wow, excellent and informative. Hand clap. Wonderful. Holy things.
Thank you so much.
From the Q&A section, a couple of them answers were already typed. One person was asking where Natural History Museum was. That was answered. Someone was asking, after you collect the ticks and you put them in plastic bags or the container, let's say we didn't get your bag, right? That's the first question. What other substitute can we possibly use if we don't use your bag?
Sure. So you can just use a regular Ziploc bag. That's fine. So can
it be an old one or does it have to be a brand new one?
You just want to make sure that it's properly sealed, because you see that first picture that I showed you with all those larvae, because if the tick stays there, especially if they engorge, they lay eggs, then you get those hundreds of thousands of larvae. Yeah, you don't want those to get out. So you can do it properly. Yes, I know, Paul. Yeah, we don't want those to get out.
Somebody gave me some engorged ticks, and I didn't even think about it. I had them on my desk at home. And when I picked up that bag, the number if those things had gotten out.
Yeah. So
somebody said, tape the bag. I did that.
I normally do. I double bag. Yeah, I double bag.
That was frightening.
Yeah. So
that's fine.
And then someone also asked, do you keep them at room temperature in the refrigerator? And Dr. Cadogan said refrigeration is best and it keeps them quiet.
Right. But if they can't refrigerate, you can leave them at room temperature, and that is perfectly fine too.
Right. So those, and then someone asked how we can contact you, but I think your coworker posted your info in the chat.
Yes.
So
exactly.
That was, I did write that information was posted in the chat. So I'm not seeing, oh, wait, maybe there's another new question. Oh, well, someone said, how can we get the bags? So
contact me and we will try to arrange how we can distribute the bags. Because right now, at UWI, we just have a logistical problem. We're trying our best, but contact and we try to work with you as best as possible to get bags, to distribute maybe bags to hubs so people can get bags.
But I mean, the other short answer to that question is at the supermarket, they sell Ziploc bags.
That is exactly. You
Or
don't have to use
Glad.
our nice
Or
fancy bags. You can just go to the website and submit it. But nice fancy bags make it convenient. But yeah,
Right. Yes. So, and then I assume you can, if let's say I had a pill container, anything as long as I keep the ticks there's a moistened paper towel or a
slightly
leaf
damp. We
or,
don't want it too wet because then they get mold.
oh,
So we want it slightly damp. And as I said, you can just put a couple of blades of grass if you wish. That
yeah.
they're quite happy with that. And they have something to play with.
Oh, do they eat the grass?
No man, they're just gonna play with the grass.
Oh, okay. As
So
I was
just
like, okay.
keep them
All
occupied.
right. All right. So I'm not seeing any further questions, but I think the appeal has been made, and I suspect everybody here now is going to go and hunt for ticks.
That'd be
And who
great.
not hunting for ticks is going to be sitting down having lunch with somebody, and the person's gonna say, "Hey, my dog come home with all these ticks." And the first reaction is not going to be how they can solve the tick problem. It's going to be how we can get some ticks to Dr. Sandiford.
That'd be
So
excellent.
go home and collect them in a bag for me, So those
That'd be
kind of
excellent.
things. What if, this is my vet question to you now, what if I have a client who finds a tick, but they used one of the tick killing products? So like a neck guard, or does that affect, so the tick is
Still
now
send it to us.
dead. Does it
Still send
affect you?
Still
No?
send it to us.
Okay,
Still send it to
good.
us. Because as I said, even if the tick is dead, molecular biology will detect whatever we want to detect. It's just that we
Awesome.
would not be able to culture that pathogen if you needed to. But still send it.
Awesome.
That's fine. We
Okay.
will take it because, as I said, we want to have a better idea of what ticks we find where. So as many
Okay.
ticks we can get, and especially from the more rural parishes, that
Yes.
would be awesome.
Yes. Okay. Appreciate it and appreciate your presentation. Excellent job.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming, and thank you so much for sharing your information with us. We've enjoyed it.
Thank you so much.
Every minute of it.
Thank you so much. Have a good one. Thank you so much.
Have a good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, the Yard Tick project information that has been posted for the vets, I've seen it already posted in the vet lounge, and I believe she shared it on the screen, and she can always put the yardtick.org website in the chat again, that everyone here can become more familiar with it, because we definitely need your help. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to Sam because we have a sponsor video, I believe. And then after the sponsor video, we have our final presentation for the evening. So don't go away because I think you're going to like it. Sam? It's not playing, Sam. Sam, you have to change I see it playing on your screen, but it's not, I'm seeing Dr. Simone's screen. All right, you want to pull it up? Pull up selector, pull up. Wheel and come again. All right. Okay. Thank you, CB. All right, so let's get to our last presentation. Oh, I really was hoping that we'd be on time today, but we're not too far behind and we have a wonderful presentation lined up. Tonight's closing batsman is Dr. Adedamola Soyibo, a consultant physician and nephrologist who serves as a senior lecturer in the Department of Medicine at the University of the West Indies. He is also the chief of the Nephrology, Hypertension, and Kidney Transplant Unit at the University Hospital of the West Indies and is head of the Organ Transplant Unit. He has been a lecturer at UWI for over 2 decades, starting in 2005. His research interests include chronic kidney disease in the Caribbean, environmental risk factors for CKD, and quality of life for patients with end-stage renal disease. In addition to several publications, in 2015, he served as chair for a roundtable discussion on the management of advanced kidney disease, which was published in the West Indian Medical Journal. He is originally from Nigeria. Oh man, I should have done my Nigerian accent. And attended Wolmer's Boys School, like my husband, Age, sir, Age. Have a good presentation. We are looking forward to hearing from you, Dr. Soyibo. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with your round of emojis. And let us listen keenly to his presentation on xenotransplantation, pigs to humans.
Thank you very much, Dr. Leon, for your kind introduction. And Dr. Cadogan, thank you for the invitation. And sorry to the team and all the audience for my late arrival. So my task this evening is really that of translation between what you guys are doing and translating to what we do in humans. As some of you might be aware, kidney transplantation offers the best quality of life for patients with end-stage renal disease. Transplantation actually offers the only survival for patients who may have end-stage heart disease. So transplantation is the only key. Now, one of the things with transplantation is also the fact that the allocation or the availability of organ limits the chance of people getting transplantation. So now, what is transplantation? Because we have to understand the basis behind why, on how we can take somebody's organ or an animal's organ and give it to a human being. Sorry if my background light is just not reflecting my face, so apologies for that also. So transplant immunology is all the events that takes place before and during allograft transplantation or a xenotransplantation, and involves a sequence that leads to removal of the organ from the donor and the transplantation into the recipient. But as we will know or may not, the major limitation to any success transplant program, apart from the donor being available, is also the immune response of the recipient to the donor tissue. Because now what you're looking at is something that is foreign to your body. Now, there are different types of transplant that you can have. You can have autografting, which, sometimes men do, especially when they do like ear transplant, or the most common one, when you get burns and you do skin transplantation. Then you have allografting, which is usually, sometimes you can get between, autografting, which you can get between or the same organism of, similar species, the same, like identical twins, in other words. And then you can get it from different organisms of the same species, so like a mother to daughter, or between friends, or between, the same similar species. And then you can have the xenograft, where you have transplantation of organ between two separate species. And if you understand the immune system, then you can see as you go from autograft to allograft to xenograft, then the likely need or the likelihood of rejection becomes more and more likely, and the need to find innovative ways to allow the body to accept that organ becomes even more important. Now, just specifically to the kidney, the 5 years mortality rate associated with dialysis is much higher than most cancers. And for that reason, we look at patients who have end-stage renal disease who are on dialysis as having higher risk of mortality. So transplantation becomes very, very important. Now, if you can get a genetically engineered kidney from any of the primates, then that, as you can see, offers a promising solution. Now, I'm just going to touch on 4 different areas of this, and forgive me about the immune system and transplantation. I think it's important for us to understand how possible that we can perform xenotransplantation. So this is just a sort of like a simple schematic diagram of how the defense mechanism works. And so even if it's a tick that is on a human body, so you have the non-specific external barriers, so like your skin, your mucous membrane, the one that lines the eyes, the one that lines the mouth, the one that lines the anus. So those are the external barriers. Now, if these barriers are not good enough and they become penetrated, then your innate immune response kicks in. These are the sort of the police or policemen of the immune system. And basically what they will do is they will undergo stages of phagocytosis and then kill the cells, basically. And now this can manifest as fever when you have a state of inflammation. If, however, they are being overwhelmed by the innate immune response, then the body needs to call in the Coast Guard, they need to call in the Army, they need to call in everybody to help. And this is where the adaptive immune system comes in. This, however, is a cell-mediated immunity that is mostly dependent on your T cells, but we'll talk a little bit more about that. So your first line of defense, as I said, intact skin, mucociliary, and those are, use the mechanism of phagocytosis, and these are usually non-specific. So anything that is introduced, it could be a virus, it could be a bacteria, it could be a fungus, it could be a tick, it could anything that is produced or anything that is encountered, they try to stop it. Now, anything that is foreign to your body, it's called an antigen. And these antigens can, as effectors, stimulate your immune system. So what happens is you have those antibodies that are floating around, they will see these antigens as being foreign, they're going to tag them, and then once they're tagged, they are either destroyed by the immune system immediately, or they become antigen, they bind with other cells to present them to the T cells. And this is what, a simple schematic diagram everybody will remember from the days of biology, what an antibody looks like. You have the heavy chain, you have the light chain, and then you have that domain at the tip. That is where the antigen specific area, and that's what makes everybody different. Now, some of these antibodies are either preformed, meaning from memory. So if you've encountered a disease in the past, a virus or a bacteria, you have memory cells that are sitting, B cells that are sitting down, and they're going to produce this antibody when you meet the same organism or similar again, right? So there are different chains on this, and that's what makes them specific. Now, the antibody, as I was explaining, can also be, binding to a receptor. So when these antibodies attach to B cells specifically, they will now serve to recognize that B cell, presenting it as a foreign antigen. Now, in all of this, the body is trained to recognize its own self. So you can imagine if if your body is attacking its own cell, which you will find in cases of like an autoimmune disease, a most common example is systemic lupus erythematosus. Now, the cells of the immune system are trained to recognize self or self-protein as self or not self. So there are two things. It's either it belongs to you or it's a foreigner. If the antigen, which does not belong to you, which is a non-self, it can be a protein or anything, is encountered by your first line of defense, the macrophages, it will now bring that protein to the T helper cell or the T cells for identification. If the T helper cell says this protein is self, nothing happens. If the T helper cell says this is not a self antigen or self protein, then the immune cascade is initiated. And not going into too much detail with this, but there are key players that you have to understand, and that is the T cells. They recognize your donor antigen either directly or indirectly, presenting them to initiate the immune response. Then you have your B cells, or when they're mature, they're called plasma cells. These are the ones that produce the donor-specific antibody. And the antigen-presenting cells, examples are given there. These are the ones that are needed to present this antigen to the T cells where the immune system is initiated. Then we have the natural killer cells and macrophages, and basically what they do is they amplify the immune response. So they will kill, they will produce more interleukins, and these interleukins now will also initiate or potentiate the immune cascade. T helper cells, as we said, they're important. And then the B cells generally will produce those antibodies. Now, I put this slide there because it's important for us to understand how we ourselves, undergo clonal selection or clonal deletion. Because if you have an antibody that binds to, if you have an antigen that binds to an antibody that is on the surface of a T cell, of a B cell, that antibody antigen binding on that selected T cells will start to multiply rapidly. So only that particular one multiplies rapidly. And once that starts to multiply rapidly, you produce a large clone of genetically identified or identical B cells. And these genetically identical B cells mature into plasma cells, and they will produce your plasma cells, and they will also produce your memory cells. Memory cells are stored for the near future, and the plasma cells produce more antibodies. So you can imagine how you start the whole cascade of antibody mediation. Now, just a table to summarize everything. These are all the components of the immune system that is involved in graft rejection. Now, modulation of these playing with this is the basis that allows us to do transplantation, period. Now, for an allograft to have an immune response, when you transplant an organ from somebody that is genetically not identical, then you will stimulate an allograft response. And this is usually via what you call the HLA, the human leukocyte antigen molecule. And that is what makes every single individual of us special and different from each other. Now, when you extrapolate this now into xenografts, then especially in the case of the pig, then we're talking about a swine leukocyte antigen, which, as you can imagine, us as human beings, we will never be exposed to it for whatever reason. And now if that kidney is being transplanted into a human, you can imagine you end up with a state of what you call an hyperacute rejection. So that is your immune system 101. Now, let's talk about xenotransplantation itself. Different types of transplant: auto, iso, allo, and xenograft. And as I said, tissue transfer between different species. Now, this is possible because we have genetically modified a pig prior to transplantation, meaning we're not taking the kidney or the heart of just any pig on the street. These pigs are genetically engineered. And the basis for, for kidney xenotransplantation is because, as it is now, there are more people on the wait list to get a kidney transplant than people who are willing to donate. In the United States, it's anywhere between 100,000 and 90,000 people are still waiting on a kidney transplantation. So you can imagine if we can go to another source, another supplier, or another potential area of getting a kidney, then we can offer a faster access to this life-saving transplantation. Now, xenotransplantation, I cannot say it's, stamped and ready to go. There's still some experimental treatment, and there are a lot of controversies around it, some of which we will discuss later on. This was approved by the US FDA, and clinical trials have begun, and there are other issues that are related to the clinical trial, which some of you probably just listening, red flag starts to go up. Okay, and the trial, the main thing for me is the trial is this: is this transplantation truly safe, and is it effective for somebody who may have kidney failure or who may have heart failure? There are lots of questions that we are yet to understand or to answer in order to successfully transplant people. So the question is, why pigs? Yes, pigs don't fly. And most times, apart from the fact that, most pigs are probably the second most consumed meat, especially in this side of the hemisphere. As somebody said, I don't think pigs should be donating kidney. I think it should just be on the platter when I'm about to eat. But the thing is this: the pig's kidney has a similar size and function compared to the human kidney. Whereas a baboon, on the other hand, is a primate. Genetically, they're closer to humans, but their kidneys are much smaller and their function is different. Plus, a kidney from a pig can actually grow with the person. Unfortunately, if you get a kidney, if you get a heart from a kidney or from a pig, it might be a bit difficult because as the heart grows, as you can imagine, the cage, the chest wall or the pericardium is limited, so that might pose a problem. So when it comes to heart transplant, the growing size of the heart from a pig becomes a problem. So we have to now also overcome that. The pig kidney also will fulfill many of the functions that our normal kidney does, which is, i.e., removal of waste product and, of course, extra water. It helps to maintain blood pressure via the renin-angiotensin-aldosterone system, and it is important for homeostasis of certain vitamins and minerals. And also, if you transplant somebody with a pig's kidney, we expect the lifespan of that pig kidney to be about 30 years, which is translated to what you will expect in a normal kidney transplant. Some people live longer, some people maybe 20, 25 years. But as you can imagine, that can also happen. And also, we consume pig. So we're not talking about animals that are endangered. You have them readily available, and you can use them for other purposes after after the kidneys have been taken out for transplantation. Now, the key word though is to know that these kidneys or these pigs have been genetically modified. And there's several ways of doing this. There's several processes. Now, the reason why we do this is to allow for the kidneys to work safely in the human, and secondly, to lower the risk of rejection. So before the pig is born, they are modified. They go through a whole lot of different series of genetic modification. They're grown in a highly controlled environment and clean environment, because now you also have to worry about viruses and bacteria that these pigs could acquire, which can pose a problem to humans. And then comes the genetic modification. So we have managed to take out the certain genes in the pig that has caused strong immune reaction in humans. So we've identified them and we've knocked them out. And then what we also did is we've inserted human genes to make the xeno kidney look more friendly to the immune system. So when the kidney from the pig is transplanted, apart from your body rejecting it, there are also some proteins that are produced by that kidney that allows the body to say, oh yes, this is coming from a human, and there's no major rejection ongoing. And then lastly, the part is also we now have to look at some of the viruses that a pig will naturally carry, which you guys are familiar with. And what we'll have to do now is use deletion or gene deletion to take out those sequences of those viruses that will have been implanted in the pig so that they don't become a problem in humans, because in some of these viruses, we are not exposed to them naturally. So let's look at just a view of the mechanism. How does this occur? So the first thing we do is we get the donor animal, genetically engineered pig. Genes have been modified. We've done everything to make it more compatible with the human immune system. The genetic modification, because of the advance in technology, we use this CRISPR or C95 to knock out pig genes. I will go a little bit, and then we use it to now get another way to insert human gene. And then the modified animal organ is transplanted. So now we have to grow this animal, and then once we get the pig to a certain size, then we take out the kidney, and then they're transplanted. But we also have to use major immunosuppressive drug. Okay, so this is the CRISPR-Cas9, which is the basis of the evolution of genetic modulation. It basically allows you to splice, insert, delete genes, because now everybody knows about the genome that is being coded, and we can make all this modification to the cell before it is planted. And then when the organ, depending on the organ that you want, you might do certain modification or manipulation of the genome so you can accomplish a promising result, especially when you look at the function of that particular organ. Now, gene editing is important. Now, the way to do gene editing, this is not a biochemistry class, but for those of us who like biochemistry, so we have endogenous retroviral inactivation. So this will address all the risk of certain viral genome that are present in the pig. Then we have the triple gene knockout, which will now eliminate all the certain carbohydrate or protein that are embedded in certain antigen. So that will now prevent hyperacute immune rejection. And then we have the human transgene insertion, where we will now put in, certain human gene into the pig's gene to reduce inflammation, to reduce coagulation, to make it more compatible and regulate complement activation. So this is sort of like a schematic diagram of what you do when you edit the pig cells that are used to produce genetically engineered donors suitable for transplant. So you have that gene, you have the pig, and then you do all your modified sequences. Then you have a better improved cells. These cells are now grown, become an embryo. Then you have a genetic edited pig, and then that pig, now we can take the heart, the pancreas, the kidney, all the lungs, and then transplant it into humans. Now, as you can imagine, regardless of what you do, the kidney of the pig will still be a kidney of a pig, whether it's modified or not. So your first line of response, immunity, has to be overcome. How do we overcome this? This has been done with the same genetic modification, which is gene deletion. So we need to delete those antigen that we know are going to cause a hyperacute rejection. We need to knock them out. And then we need to introduce genes from humans to protect them, especially from the complementary regulatory and coagulation regulatory pathway. So that is going to be important. If you manage to get over those, which we have done, then we can safely transplant and not worry about hyperacute. In the first phase, when these were done, so some of those trials were done using those pig kidney, and they were transplanted in patients who have end-stage renal disease, who have been diagnosed as being brain dead. They were legally dead. And what they did was transplant those kidneys into them, and what they realized is their urea and creatinine, which is a measure of your kidney function, improved as time went on. So that's how we know that we can safely get these organs transplanted. And I'm sure everybody will have read, the two cases. The last case was transplanted. Unfortunately, after 2 months, died. But the cause of death was thought not to be related to the kidney that was transplanted. Now, if you get past the innate immune system, you have to now deal with the adaptive immune system. And if you guys remember, this is where your antigen-presenting cells and your T cells become responsible. So how do we circumvent that? So we've already manipulate the immune system. So we're not dealing with the swine leukocyte antigen, right? But exposure of this antigen, however, because now when that organ is transplanted into the recipient T cells and B cells can now respond. Okay, so now that response, we have to also modify that. How do we do that? We use effective immunosuppressive therapy. And there, if you go to any transplant workshop or transplant meeting, there are different ways to manipulate the immune response, long-term, short-term, using different drugs. But what suffice to know, though, our conventional therapy, so using calcineurin inhibitors, so like tacrolimus or cyclosporine, those we find are relatively not that effective. They're not that effective in immunosuppression therapy. However, when we use agents that block the CD40 and CD154 T cells, we find that they have a higher degree of success, meaning those kidneys are not rejected. But for how long, it's still out there. We await clinical trials to give us the answer. So what is the future? So clinical trials have started in February of 2025. Unfortunately, as you can imagine, it is going to be a slow and steady process in order to make sure they are safe. So we start off with maybe 2 or 3 persons, you modify that, and then you increase the number. So it might start with a smaller group, and then it gets better as time goes on. And then with the larger number of patients, then you can get even more results. Some of the places that have started, based on what KDIGO has published, You have the Massachusetts General Hospital, New York University, and Johns Hopkins. These have all started their clinical trials to see how kidney xenotransplantation is going to plan out for treatment of end-stage renal disease. But what are the questions? Many studies have been done in animals over the several decades. They've taken kidneys from pigs and put them in baboon to see what happens. They've done different animal projects, and these have different outcome, but nothing like trying it in the human species. FDA has allowed us to do clinical trials, as I said, and that goes on. But what we know that so far is that the kidney xenotransplant is a promising path forward, and it is worth pursuing, albeit there's a lot of ethical issues that surrounds it. Okay? Now, safety concerns. I'm taking a pig's kidney. Yes, I've looked at some of the viral genome that might be, embedded, and I've sort of, deleted them, knocked them off to make it safe. But there's still going to be an amount of infection risk that comes with this. There are certain organisms that may not be a problem in a pig, but when it's transplanted in a human, then the problem may arise. So we now need to figure out how is this going to be treated. Plus, some people are even postulating that after the kidney has been transplanted to the recipient, there's maybe a risk of that person now transmitting that virus to other humans. So instead of something that does not happen via animal to human, but because of transplantation, you may now have human to human transplantation. How are you going to treat it, and what's the plan, and how do you counsel people against it? Then the other one is organ rejection. Even in isograft, transplantation that is carefully HLA matched and tissue typed, there is still need for anti-rejection medication for a long term so that the kidney can last as long as possible. So all the transplants come with a risk of body rejecting the new organ. And especially from animals, that now we carry a higher risk. And in order to lower the risk, we need to now figure out how to make a better animal DNA to match the human gene. And then finding the right genetic code to prevent rejection and long-term impact of these edits is important. So I have found certain gene that will allow me to safely transplant a pig's kidney into human. But as you may understand, knocking off those genes may also have other function, which you may not know right away until you have, long-term studies. What are the implications? That we do not know as yet. And some of the other things is the xeno kidney can maintain basic functions, but what about more function that our native kidney does? Is that also important? Is that equal? Like erythropoietin production, vitamin D synthesis, response to parathyroid hormone. Some of the things that may occur in a normal human kidney, we're not sure how the pig's kidney is going to respond. So we're going to need clinical trials to, explore that and to be able to answer. So diagrammatically speaking, you have a genetically modified animals, in this case, the donor being the pig. And you have a potential of all these organs that you can take, and then you can transplant that organ in the human. Or to summarize, Xenotransplantation is that process where you transplant either cells, tissue, or organ from one species. Typically, you have to genetically modify that to another person, which is human, to address the severe shortage of human organ. Yes, we might talk about severe shortage of human organ, but it is always the heart also, which can only be done when the person is dead or when the donor is dead. With what we have current trials focusing on that, patients, their options. But the key challenge is one, we still have to overcome the hyperacute immune rejection using more modified genetic engineering to remove those antigen and then to deactivate the viruses, but not knowing the implication of removing those long term when it is transplanted in the kidney. And then what about how do we manage long-term rejection, which we're using immunosuppressive drug, and the potential for zoonotic infection down the line? And then in the mix of everything is this. We still have to navigate the ethical consideration. Ethical consideration from animal rights, ethical consideration from even genetic modification for the use of treatment, and also ethical consideration from religious beliefs, certain religion, cow, sacred, pig, not done, it can't be anywhere near you. So these are some of the things that needs to be teased out in the future. So to conclude, I just want to implore everybody that is here to understand that you do not need your organ when you get to heaven, because heaven knows that we need those organs right here on earth. And you can be an organ donor, whether you're dead or you're living. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Soyibo. Thank you. I'm seeing a lot of statements in the chat that I will bring to your attention. Let me try and go back up. The very first question was asked, what happens to the pig after the organ is removed? And I think you kind of answered that. You said it's a production animal, and therefore most of the time the production animal can be consumed once the harvested organs are removed.
That's correct.
And then you said, what does it say? The fact that most of these xenotransplantations are done on persons who are usually ill, based on what I've seen. How do you know if these organs function efficiently in the long term within a human body?
That's a very good question. Unfortunately, we don't have long-term survival to demonstrate. But however, we know that for the last transplant that was done, it was the kidneys were still working at the time of death. And they've looked at the cause of death and they don't think it's related to the kidney. But it might be difficult to say or premature to say whether it's related to the kidney or not, given the fact that it's just a short lifespan.
Got you. Then one person said, unfortunately, there's no guarantees that a company will continue making anti-rejection medication. That was a statement. I don't know if I would eat a genetically modified pig.
You already eat some genetically.
That's what I was thinking. I'm not gonna say
Even our
anything.
chicken sometimes is genetically, and some plants, because some plants are modified to improve their shelf life.
Right.
So like some certain tomatoes and stuff like that. So they're already genetically modified.
All right. This was a wonderful, digestible review of organ transplantation and immunology, and an amazing exposure to the new frontiers of kidney xenotransplantation. Thank you, Dr. Soyibo. Has there been any research into how the gene modifications in the pig kidneys could affect nearby proto-oncogenes or tumor suppressor genes near those loci and impact incidental cancer risk?
That's a good question. And as I alluded earlier on, we don't know the effect because these persons have not lived long enough. So in the human to human kidney transplant, even the use of certain immunosuppressive drugs, the presence of certain virus like EBV or CMV predispose people long term to malignancies. So we have to do surveillance specifically, not just from allograft, from a virus point of view, because those can lead to malignancy. So now imagine you go deleting cells, you're doing gene deletion that can now affect either upstream or downstream of a genetic translation. And then that might affect your oncogenes. Yes, so we don't know as yet, but only time will tell for that.
Right, right. I saw, so the average lifespan on a patient on dialysis is only 5 years. Also, that was a question, sorry.
No, no, no.
So I guess is the average lifespan of a patient on dialysis only 5 years?
No, it is not. No,
It's longer?
it's longer. It depends. So most persons who are initiated on dialysis, unfortunately, the mortality is sort of like a curve, to peak. They may die within the first year. And that's usually related to their disease process and then you have those now that will die, later on down in life, anywhere between 10 to 15 years. And the majority of them will die because of cardiovascular complication, heart attack, stroke, and those things. Whereas if you transplant them, then they live longer compared to their counterpart who is waiting on transplantation.
Okay. The next question is there an active organ donor program in Jamaica? Well, I assume so because you said you wanted us to leave our organs on Earth, but I'll be honest with you, as somebody who has thought, hey, I want to be an organ donor, I have no idea how to go about that in Jamaica.
Okay, well, so if you contact the organ transplant office at the university hospital, then, we can guide you as to how to be an organ donor. Right now, the main focus, though, I must say, is live donation because we have not fully engineer the disease donor program. So that is in the making, and hopefully within the next 2 years, we will have that solidified so people can now register as an organ donor. But in the meantime, be a live donor.
All right. So I have two more questions. One is on the chat and one is Dr. Cadogan, whose hand is up. This one says, what type of monitoring is done for patients that receive these kidneys regarding porcine viruses after they are discharged? Well, I don't know that any of these guys have been discharged.
So the protocol usually, even when you're discharged, is very intense in the first 3 months because that's when you have the most amount of immunosuppression. So I've never managed anybody who has received a pig kidney, but I'm going to assume if the protocol is heavy in the first 3 months in terms of surveillance and follow-up, it would be even much more in these persons, whether they were discharged home. I know one case was discharged home, but discharge home means you're coming to review 3 times a week. So, so there's, continuous monitoring. Now, for the human to human transplant, we will follow them forever. And the level of follow-up or the frequency of follow-up reduces as time progresses because now they have a stable kidney. And then the focus also changes because later on now we may start focusing on malignancies and stuff like that could have resulted from their immunosuppression.
Okay. Dr. Cadogan, you can go ahead.
Okay. Hi again, everyone. My question is with the pigs would be modified for a particular patient to make them compatible. So in harvesting, you would be harvesting just one kidney, as in the usual human to human kidney transplant, and the pig would recover from the surgery and then could go on for further use because you wouldn't be removing both kidneys for transplant, correct?
Well, I don't think you'll be removing both kidneys for transplant. So that's one. We never do that because now you need to have the survival of that organism to continue. They need that kidney. So that's one. Secondly, there's some cases where you can do specialized targeted transplant, right? But most of the way the modification, genetic modification is going is looking at the major HLA for humans that can trigger a hyperimmune response. And so that is what is done.
Okay.
So it's not like, okay, you get somebody's gene and then you target the pig specifically
Okay.
no.
Okay.
All right, I have another question. I don't know if it's based in fantasy, so you can enlighten me. This concept of 3D printed organs, is this a real thing in terms of transplanting these things or no? What's the story there?
I believe 3D printing doesn't give you a viable organ. I don't think it does.
Okay.
Anybody in the crowd feel free. My understanding of 3D printing is yes, it gives you what you need with all the different micro architecture of that particular thing. But 3D printing can help you now when you have biotechnology where you can now insert certain functioning cells in different areas. So the 3D printing doesn't give you a viable organ. You have to now introduce, those cells into or microchip. I don't know, but whatever it is to make a bio organ for people. Because there are people who can, I mean, there's a talk about, artificial kidneys. Initially, that started off, but it's sort of just plateauing now. Why? Because in the artificial kidney, the last time I checked on it, the sustainability, how to power it for long term is where the problem is. So if anybody can get a minute miniature nuclear reactor that can power all of this, then maybe, it will work long term.
All right. And then the final question. Oh, no, now I see two questions. Last two questions. How old is there an age for the pigs that are used for transplant?
So they are usually used early, after the pig is born. I can't tell you their particular age, but they're used very early in life. And that's where one of the problem, as I mentioned, that
A small heart.
it's small, and then the kidney continues to grow when you transplant it, and the same thing for the heart. But I don't know a particular age. Sorry.
Uh-huh. And then finally, where are we with pancreatic transplant?
So the same thing applies with pancreas. So you can use the pigs to also do a pancreatic transplant. Now, for human, most centers, if you have diabetes and they're doing a kidney, they will do what you call a kidney pancreas transplant. But as you can imagine, to get a pancreatic transplant, then it means the person will have to be DED before you can, take that pancreas. So for a deceased donor program, you will find kidney pancreas transplant.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you for the invitation.
Last but definitely not least, powerful presentation, informative. You took your time to take us through some very complex concepts. Immunology was never something it's not something that's easy to understand, but you made it easy. I also like to use the example of police and security force and army and navy. You're calling everybody. Yes, B cell versus T cell. It's an excellent example. It works with all the people. Jamaican people know about police and army, so it works. And just thank you so much. Thank you again for coming through. And I just want you to have a fantastic evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation.
So, folks, that is all in terms of presentations and topics for today. And I mean, what an awesome lineup of presentations and presenters. I mean, everything was very interesting. Nothing was, at no point in time was I, really able to even leave. I couldn't go to the bathroom. I just wanted to stay and watch and listen and learn. And I just want to thank the One Health Committee and the One Health team, Mr. and Mrs. One Health, Paul and Aldi. Thank you so much for your continued dedication to putting this conference together. And I am just blown away by what has been presented this year. I mean, even yesterday, I heard I was not able to attend because I was working, that many of the presentations were well received. I'm very unhappy that I missed the sterile insect project, but I hope I can catch it on a recording. In the meantime, thank you again, and thank you to all the sponsors. And I'm gonna ask that the sponsor video be played again. I do know that there's a vote of thanks coming from Dr. Cadogan. There's one more sponsor video, and then we'll finalize with the One Health song. But I want to just say, as your moderator, thank you for having me, and have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful evening. I should have done that with my Nigerian accent, but Dr. Soyiba didn't have a big Nigerian accent, so it don't make no sense. Me just go with my Jamaican thing, you know?
Next time, I'll bring it on next time. Let's say a word.
I just remember my pharmacology teacher was from Nigeria, and she had a huge problem with us coming late. And if we ever came on time, but then we had to leave to go to the bathroom, she'd be like, "Hey, where are you going?" And I would be like, "Okay, wow, chill, doc." So that was my best. That was my best Nigerian. Have a good night, everybody, and listen out for the vote of thanks, listen out for the sponsor thanks, and enjoy the One Health song as you go about the rest of your evening and the rest of your weekend. Peace and love.
Thank you for attending the JVMA CCFPJ One Health Conference Jamaica 2026. Many thanks to our sponsors who make it possible: the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining Veterinary Services Division, the National Health Fund, taking a healthy interest in you, Hypro of the Jamaica Broilers Group, Juicy Patties, serious Jamaican food, Baruch Distributors out of Bogwalk, Data Defense Consulting, datadefenseja.com, and Nutramix of the Caribbean Broilers Group. Thank you to all our sponsors.
I am going to interrupt one last time, Dr. Cadogan, and just say thank you to all the attendees for being here. Without you, the conference would not be able to continue. So for those of you who attended for the 2 days, for those of you who only attended for today, for those who only attended yesterday, for all the applause and the emojis and the comments and the lively chat, thank you for being here. Again, good night. Paul, you're muted.
Okay, I am now unmuted, and I was just saying that your teeth me thunder. I was about to do all that. We thank the sponsors with that video. But first up, I am thanking the participants who registered, attended, and asked all the questions and made those comments, and those who paid for the CME certificates. I mean, as Kathy just said, we do this all for you, and so we're glad you're here. And part of our proceeds will be channeled into militia recovery efforts for humans and animals. To all our presenters who took the time to prepare and present their topics and share with us in such an engaging manner that has blown away so many, as usual. From yesterday, Prof. Errol Morrison, Dr. Susan Koenig, Dr. Satish Janki, Dr. Anil Persad, and Dr. Krista Jagannath from UASVM, Mr. Damian White, Dr. Sheena Francis, and from today, wow, another smorgasbord. Dr. Cheryl London, Dr. Simone Sandiford, Dr. Jennifer Peterson, Dr. Olive Buckland, and I'm in there a little bit, but and Dr. Saibo for coming through at the end with such a fantastic presentation. We really appreciate all of you. You made this conference the fantastic thing that it was. So thanks to the association presidents, Dr. Zeni Onanuju, and to our moderator president, Kathy Ann Leon, for their their greetings, and Kathy Ann for moderating as well, Dr. Anna Brown Morgan for moderating yesterday. It was hard work, so we thank you for that, your attentiveness and being such brilliant hosts. And thanks to Dr. Olivia Scott for writing and recording that prayer that is now synonymous with this conference. We use it every year. And to our IT pillar of strength, Sam Heron and Allgate Solutions, thank you once again for a job so well done.
Sam!
Yeah, and a big thanks to the active members of our planning committee, with special thanks to my co-chair, Dr. Aldous Buckland, Drs. Arna Brown Morgan, Seni Ono Nuju, Jackie Campbell, and Administrator Lynn Thompson Hyatt from CCFPJ, and our brilliant JVMA treasurer, Dr. Bridget Lee Chow, Drs. Jackson Heffes, Alexander Thomas Roden, Matthew Brown, Danny Thompson Giles, and everyone else who supported in any shape or form. Thank you all for supporting and believing in the cause of One Health and being a part of this journey. So until next time, when we'll do it all again, January 2027, we wish you all the best for 2026 as we move forward as a nation in recovery and rebuilding after Hurricane Melissa. One Health, One Caribbean, One Love. Good night and blessings to you all.
Our home, a living, breathing planet, but we know things aren't always right. Climate change, disease emergence, overuse of our resources. We must change our ways and look to better days, but we need an answer to heal our ailing world. Yes, we need an answer. Man, woman, boy, and girl, we need to change, but we need an answer. Health of all is so interdependent. We'll rise or fall on choices that we make. Physicians, vets, and virocides too can't isolate the things we do. We must understand health rests in all our hands. One Health is the answer. We can do it if we try. One Health is the answer. Together you and I can heal the world. One Health is the answer. Again, when we come together and understand, united we prevail. For people, animals, and plants too, the land, the air, the water blue. Let this be our song, resounding on and on. One Health is the answer. We can do it if we try. One Health is the answer. And together you and I can heal the world. One Health is the answer. Yes, One Health is the answer. We can do do it if we try. One Health is the answer. And together you and I can heal our world. One Health is the answer.